2 microphones, actually 3. I will keep it this one. Thank you very much. Good morning to the We are talking today about blockchain intelligence, and we are starting this wonderful day with a lot of speakers, with officials. And now I am giving the words to Mr. Director Adrian Victor Vevera, General Director, National Institute for Research and Development in Informatics. My name is Maria Smarandaica. I'm a news anchor and the MC of this event. I'm working at the national television, and the national television is the official broadcaster of this wonderful event. So we start.
Thank you, Maria. Distinguished guests, it's our first day here in Palatul Parlamentului. Now it's Blockchain Intelligence Forum, a very important forum for us, part of Digital Innovation Summit Bucharest. Distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, Minister Ivan, former Minister Căciu, and now it's Vice President from Commission from Finance, former Minister and Chief of Parliament of Senate in Romania, now it's government of Moldova Bank, Mrs. Anca Dragu. Welcome to the first ever Blockchain Intelligence Forum, part of the Digital Innovation Summit Bucharest 2025. It is my honor, as General Director of the National Institute for Research and Development in Informatics, ICCD Bucharest, to open this important forum. Today, blockchain technology offers both incredible potential but also new regulatory and enforcement challenges. In opening this forum, I hope the following 3 main ideas will help shape the discussion to come for the rest of the day. First, we must work on research and development to establish standards for blockchain intelligence and data sharing. We need to create clear ways for blockchain's data to be shared between public and private organizations. This cooperation will increase transparency and help us make better decisions in business, law enforcement, and regulation. We can build on existing work to make this happen. Second, it is important to jointly develop training programs based on tested and independently verified standards. As blockchain data becomes more complex, we need skilled people to understand it. ICCD Bucharest entered into a historic public-private partnership at last year with blockchain intelligence firm Chainargos. The Blockchain Intelligence Academy seeks to deliver training in service of the truth because we believe it is critical to develop and deliver strong, evidence-based training. This will help professionals in different fields to use blockchain intelligence effectively. Third, we are creating a working group to make blockchain intelligence a recognized profession and invite all invested stakeholders to participate. We seek to establish this profession as part of the European Skills, Competence, Qualification and Occupation ESCO framework, because blockchain intelligence requires special skills in areas like technology, law, and data analysis, and there is a need to recognize such competences. By making blockchain intelligence a recognized profession, we can establish high standards and a more secure digital world. This forum, co-hosted by ICCD Bucharest and BIPA, with support from the Basel Institute on Governance, it's a chance for us to talk, share knowledge, and build partnership. I am sure that together we will make important progress on the challenges and opportunities of blockchain technology. Thank you, and I hope you have a very productive forum. Thank you very much.
And now I'm looking to the Minister of economy, digitalization, entrepreneurship and tourism, Mr. Bogdan Gruia Ivan, who give us a wonderful honor to speak with us.
Thank you very much. The honor is by my side. Dear friend, dear Director Victor Vevera, dear Minister Căciu, dear Governor Dragu, dear friends, distinguished guests. It's a very important meeting, not only for Romania, but for entire Central and Eastern Europe. Meanwhile, we discuss about the future. And all of us know that the future could become in two ways. One, to wait and to expect, and to see what another are making, and after that to get after them and to be a follower. Or the second one is when you know what you want, when you know how to do it, when you know where you want to be, and you act. That meeting in this morning, under umbrella of National Institute of Research in Informatics and Mr. Vevera, it's a very good reason to stay in the same table with leaders in the private sector, in the public sector, and to design together the way we want to shape the future. Obviously, all of us know that in that period, mostly in the last 2 months, the entire landscape of the economic, technological pattern are changing dramatically worldwide. Definitely that could be a huge window of opportunity for smart companies, for smart nation to become leaders. And in that new manner, the only leverage, the most important technology definitely could be digitization. And if you want to reshape our governance and to make it more soft and more productive, definitely we should use technology. And blockchain is one of that. It depends about how we see the future and the way we want to bring the new rules, the way we want to make a smart government decision, and the smart administration depends by that technology. In the last 1.5 years, Romanian government invests more than €1 billion in digital infrastructure, and since December last year, we already have the governmental cloud with one of the latest technologies worldwide, and in that moment, we are working to bring inside the governmental cloud more than 30 public services until the end of 2025. And that will be the most significant part of reshaping of Romanian government way to deal with private companies and with our citizens. And in that new manner, it's an effort not made by one single person, by one ministry, by one institution, by the parliament or the government or another institution. It's a way when we want to reshape clearly our future of our country. We have all the ingredients. We have wonderful human resources, starting with very brilliant young people, getting with people with a lot of experience, like a lot of you. And the most important, we have the will. We have the will to be the leaders of our region. And we have all the ingredients to be in that manner. We have the openness to work with our friends around us, with our neighbors, and with our strongest allies across the ocean and in Europe and in other countries as Middle East and Singapore, for example. We have a lot of stuff to work, but all technology will be implemented by the people. And what you make today, Mr. Vevera, is the most important and more significant fact, that we are meeting together actors on different topics, and we stand together to think and to shape the way that our country and technology could shape the future. And definitely, when you speak about AI, a part of the society are concerned, another part are very excited, and I'm pretty sure that when you speak about economic development, only using the technology we could predict, we could shape the way that our economies are getting more productive, the way that our economies are getting more adapted to the new era of technology and digitization. For our guests around Romania and from other countries, I wish you a warming welcome in our beautiful Bucharest, in our beautiful Romania. I'm pretty sure that you will be here not only for that time. I'm sure that you'll come here, you'll work with our specialists, and together we'll make the things getting done ASAP, because we don't have time and the speed is crucial. You could come to the Ministry of Economy and Digitization or Romanian government or Romanian Parliament, because in that moment we know that only the best will shape the future and only the best will be leaders. And first, never follow. Let's be the first. Thank you very much.
And I think Romania is going to be the first, because Romania is making strong steps in this part of digitalization. Now I'm giving the floor to Mr. Vice President, Committee for Budget, Finance and Banks, Chamber of Deputies, Mr. Adrian Căciu.
Thank you, and I welcome you here in Bucharest. I was told I was speaking in my own language, sorry. And I wish to speak in my own language because we want to make Romania great again, to paraphrase the Trump administration. But because I respect you so much, I will speak in English, and hope that next year we all understand Romanian, because our guests put Romania on the global map of the digitalization. It's a very important event that we are in, and I must congratulate the guests that they make the effort to have this event, because we must discuss very pragmatic about how the world is changing and how the digital field is changing the world, is shaping the new world. And also, I understand the topic today is about blockchain systems and all the, let's say, preparing that institution has to make, to integrate this kind of technology in their work. We are talking about a new way of thinking, a new paradigm of living, and the new, let's say, way to make a global trade, an administration, a political way to rule the world, to rule our country, to rule our organizations. In this, let's say, paradigm that we live in, we have to aggregate all the efforts, all our brains, all our knowledges to have, let's say, a smooth transition from the old world to the new world. Many people say this will last many years, but I say in 2 years from now, the world will be very different. Very different because the new AI era, the new systems will be very integrating in our daily lives. So if they are like this, we have to be prepared to make rules that this could be a positive stimulant for the development of the world, of our people, our societies, and not a toxic one. Because with this kind of integrated systems will come the risks. So we saw what means the risk when our democracy was put in doubt last year. We see every day how is the risk when we look at our digital wallets, when something happens. So now it's clear that we have to be prepared to develop this technology, but also to eliminate the risks that come with it. So from this and for this, we have to debate, we have to legislate, we have to be together to make these systems and ecosystems that works for us and not works against us. I had a speech, but I didn't look into it because it was in my own language, as I said. I congratulate Mr. Vevera and all the works he did in these years, and I congratulate all of you that come year by year and make this all work going on. And I hope the debates will be very, very useful for everybody. But in the end, we have to work, we have to make some points of regulations that our work is in. We have to never renounce this way of developing our countries, our societies, and for this is about all of us and is with all of us. Thank you, and I wish you success in this work we have to do today, tomorrow, and every day from now on. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The partnership between Romania and the Moldovan Republic is very important. And now I'm looking to Mrs. Anca Dragu, the governor of the National Bank of Moldova. I don't know, Mrs. Dragu, when we are going to be paid in crypto, but in the futures. Thank you.
Good morning, dear friends, distinguished members of the Parliament and of the government, dear organizers. Thank you for organizing this debate, and the presence of a governor of a central bank maybe was not very usual, or it's unusual. It was unusual some years ago, but today is just normal, because we have to work and to implement new technologies, to work with artificial intelligence, blockchain, to look at cybersecurity. And yes, we expanded the usual classical mandate of a central bank: price stability, looking for inflation. So we are, as Minister Bogdan Ivan said, we don't have to wait and see, we have to act. And at the Central Bank of Moldova, we do act, because we want to use these new technologies and in order to provide the best financial services for citizens and for companies, for the entire financial sector in general. So let me tell you a few words about what we are doing at the Central Bank of Moldova. And just to remind you that Moldova is an accession country. So we are preparing to become EU member. We are in a full negotiation process, and we really have and had aligned most of our legislation to the EU regulatory framework in this area. So just a few words about digital finance. which is no longer just a trend, it's a presence. From mobile wallets to algorithmic trading and decentralized financing platforms, technology is reshaping how we access capital, conduct transactions, and design financial services. For Moldova, digital finance is a way for growth and for sustainable growth, actually. Digitalized finance means lower fees, easier access, greater speed, and enhanced productivity. Overall, we are looking at improving competitiveness of our economy. Digitalization also intensifies competition in the financial sector, pushing traditional banking institutions to think outside the box, and the beneficiaries are citizens and companies. As we digitalize our financial ecosystem, the National Bank of Moldova is investing in innovative solutions, including a modernized national payment system, regulatory alignment, capacity building, and higher cybersecurity standards. Also, we are looking at supervisory frameworks for stable coins, which are rapidly emerging as key instruments in tomorrow's payments and settlements. The European Union market in crypto asset regulation, MiCA, provides a comprehensive framework that Moldova is actively aligning with. We are working on this legal framework, and we hope to make significant progress in the coming period of time by the end of the year and next year. The third area I want to mention is the enhancing regulatory capacity on distributed ledger technology, DLT. DLT holds the potential to improve financial infrastructure by making it more transparent, efficient, and secure. Moldova is also committed to aligning its regulatory framework to EU Regulation 858 in 2022 on a pilot regime for market infrastructure based on DLT, along with other relevant regulations in the area from 2014 and MiFID II. The alignment signals our readiness to explore innovative blockchain applications in securities trading, clearing, and settlement, while managing the risks these technologies introduce. In conclusion, Moldova embraces digitalization not as a threat, but as a catalyst for inclusion, innovation, and sustainable growth. Moldova is a country with a high level of digitalization in the public administration, and in all public services, citizens and companies are enjoying very fast and digital services. So the final message from a central banker is let's build together a future where finance is smarter, safer, and more inclusive, where Moldova stands not on the margin of transformation, but at its very heart. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, because some guests couldn't arrive in Romania because they are very busy, we have some video message. We are starting with Victor Negrescu, Vice President of the European Parliament. Let's watch. He's busy in Brussels. It's okay, boys. We are at Digitalization Innovation Summit. Please.
Invitați, doamnelor și domnilor, este o onoare să mă pot adresa dumneavoastră la această ediție a Digital Innovation Summit. Își asumă un rol tot mai activ în definirea viitorului digital al Europei. Faptul că astăzi discutăm în acest cadru despre inteligență digitală, blockchain, securitate, infrastructură, inteligență artificială și cooperarea între instituții, mediul privat și experți, arată că nu mai suntem doar spectatori la revoluția digitală. Suntem parte din arhitecții ei. Și cred cu tărie că România are toate argumentele să devină unul dintre liderii digitalizării europene. Spun asta cu convingere ca vicepreședinte al Parlamentului European, dar și ca român care știe foarte bine ce potențial avem. Un sector IT performant care contribuie cu aproape 8% la produsul intern brut. O comunitate digitală activă, recunoscută internațional pentru inovare și sunteți aici, în sală. Și un apetit social real pentru adopția tehnologiei. Trebuie să spunem lucrul acesta. România este între primele state europene la nivel de conectivitate și utilizare a noilor tehnologii, deși în continuare avem discrepanțe uriașe. De aceea, Uniunea Europeană, trebuie să spunem, a lansat recent inițiative ambițioase de care trebuie să profităm, precum crearea de fabrici AI, centre de inovație dedicate aplicării inteligente artificiale în economie și în administrație. Zeci de astfel de hub-uri au fost finanțate la nivel european și da, România, prin ICI, face parte dintr-un astfel de proiect, însă acum am propus și lucrez împreună cu Ministerul și partenerii de aici din sală la crearea unei fabrici AI la noi, în țară, în România. De asemenea, la nivel european investim în crearea unei rețele de academii de inteligență artificială, unde punem împreună resursele de formare și dorim să formăm mii de europeni în ceea ce înseamnă proiectarea și aplicarea algoritmilor de inteligență artificială în mai multe domenii: sănătate, educație, energie, securitate sau administrație publică. Din nou, nu putem rata această inițiativă care va veni în următoarele zile. În paralel, susținem dezvoltarea de gigafactories digitale, centre de date și infrastructură de procesare de mare putere sprijinite din bugetul european. Scopul este să asigurăm suveranitatea noastră tehnologică și să reducem dependența față de infrastructuri externe. Un proiect de mare anvergură, 4 proiecte vor fi finanțate, tare aș vrea să fie și România printre ele. Dar tehnologia nu este doar despre viteză. Este despre valoarea adăugată pentru oameni, despre încredere, despre etică. Și nu trebuie să uităm acest ultim aspect. În calitate de negociator șef al bugetului Uniunii Europene pentru anul 2025, am susținut ca Uniunea Europeană să investească strategic în domeniul digital și pentru asta o să mă lupt și în viitorul cadru financiar multianual. Dar pentru 2025 am obținut peste 10 miliarde de euro în plus la buget. Și din această sumă, 422 de milioane de euro au mers către educația digitală, 20 de milioane de euro au mers către cercetarea în tehnologii emergente, inclusiv blockchain și inteligența artificială. Totodată, din aceste sume, investim în mod direct în securitatea cibernetică și digitalizarea serviciilor publice. Dar de ce facem toate aceste lucruri? Pentru că nu putem vorbi de competitivitatea europeană fără transformare digitală. Și nu putem vorbi de digitalizare fără accesibilitate, încredere și securitate. Iar aici, blockchain-ul joacă un rol central. Tehnologia blockchain nu este doar o expresie la modă. Este o infrastructură de încredere care ne permite să gestionăm datele, identitățile, activele și interacțiunile într-un mod sigur, verificabil și descentralizat. De aceea trebuie să operaționalizăm această tehnologie. Gândiți-vă, de exemplu, cum ar fi să avem sisteme financiare mai transparente, date medicale protejate și accesibile în siguranță, contracte și tranzacții publice monitorizate automat și corect. De asemenea, ne gândim la interoperabilitatea între instituții fără birocrație, fără opacitate. Acesta este potențialul blockchain-ului, iar România, prin inițiative concrete și integrate în ecosistemele europene, poate fi, cum am spus și mai devreme, un lider în acest domeniu. Dar trebuie să construim mai mult decât aplicații tehnologice. Nu trebuie doar să bifăm proiecte. Trebuie să construim ecosisteme de încredere, cu reglementare clară, cu educație digitală accesibilă, cu infrastructură performantă și interoperabilă, cu sprijin real pentru inovatori și startup-uri. Europa are nevoie de o strategie industrială digitală. Una care să creeze soluții aici în Europa, nu doar să importe, să protejeze datele noastre, să dezvolte software-ul nostru, să genereze locuri de muncă aici, nu la mii de kilometri distanță. România poate juca un rol strategic în acest demers. Dar așa cum am spus și în Parlamentul European, nu putem accepta o Europă digitală cu 2 viteze. De aceea am propus, la nivel european, extinderea rețelelor digitale în regiunile mai puțin dezvoltate. crearea de incubatoare digitale în toate regiunile Europei și iată că se întâmplă. De asemenea, și subvenții pentru accesul la echipamente și software educațional. Dar nu în ultimul rând, ne trebuie un plan european coerent pentru reducerea fracturii digitale. Doamnelor și domnilor, nu ne lipsește nici tehnologia, nici competența. Ne trebuie viziune, coordonare și curaj. Putem să facem lucrurile acestea pentru noi, nu împotriva cuiva. De aceea vă lansez o provocare. Să nu vorbim doar despre ce ar putea deveni România digitală, ci să arătăm ce face deja, pentru că avem multe exemple de succes, mai ales în mediul privat. Să trecem de la buzzword la building blocks, de la planuri ambițioase la platforme funcționale, de la idei vizionare la soluții care aduc valoare reală. Viitorul digital nu se poate construi de la sine, nu poate fi o simplă întâmplare. Dar România are potențialul să fie tigrul digital al Europei cu multă forță și viteză. Trebuie să fim încrezători. Haideți să ne asigurăm că acest potențial devine realitate și nu ratăm această șansă. Felicit încă o dată organizatorii pentru această reuniune. Vă mulțumesc și vă doresc o zi plină de idei îndrăznețe și proiecte concrete.
The next video message is from Dan Câmpean, the director, Romanian National Cybersecurity Directorate. He couldn't be here because he's on a very important meeting in Warsaw.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Dan Câmpean. I'm the director of the Romanian National Cybersecurity Directorate. And I'm trying to convey to you a couple of messages by means of this video record and to welcome you at the Blockchain Intelligence Forum, the first edition. I invite you to think about, in this context, about audit trails. So we are investigating logs, we are investigating audit trails. We check all type and forms of records in order to assess what happened, usually post-cyber incident. Now, what is very, very important in all those cases, and all the digital forensic investigators in the room know this, it's important to have those audit trails as tamper-resistant as possible. Because you need transparency in the way you process and collect the data, in the way you use it, and so on. And it's very, very interesting that if applications of blockchain in recording the data, in recording the logs, the audit trails, it's finally enforced and deployed properly, we have in this moment a very, very powerful tool for tracking or investigating security incidents. And one last point I wanted to share with you, because this is something my team is dealing with, and we give a lot of thought to it. Basically, we saw an opportunity to use blockchain technologies in decentralized threat intelligence, basically as a mean to help us improving threat response, security information sharing, or collective defense, why not? And in this respect, any collaborative threat intelligence platform that may be built on blockchain I believe, will allow a faster and better securing of real-time threat data amongst the various entities, but do it in such a way that is more reliable. It's enabling a quicker response to emerging cyber threats, while not compromising, or even better, protecting the confidentiality of sensitive data. So think about a way to leverage on blockchain technology to share threat intelligence in a way that is both secure and verifiable. We are at the moment where we need to go to the next step and have really a more mature, a more sophisticated manner to ensure the integrity of the shared threat intelligence between cybersecurity teams.
At the same meeting in Warsaw is also Luca Tagliaretti, Executive Director, European Cybersecurity Competence Center and Network, who sent us a video message. Let's listen.
Congratulate Mr. Rivera, Engineer Rivera, for having organized such an important event, 3 days with a broad range of speakers, with an impressive agenda, an impressive number of topics covered, and this is really an important event. So the topic of these 3 days is digitalization and new technology, and it's very important that we talk about this topic in this day and age, due to the, of course, on one side, changing geopolitical situation, but also the rapid evolution of technology. And digitalization is at the core of competitiveness. The Draghi report indicated very clearly there is a direct link by digitalization, innovation, and the competitiveness of our company and the global scale. The EU take this very serious, and this is one of the reasons why also the ICCD, so the European Cybersecurity Competence Center, was created in the first place to boost innovation of our company in the global scale on the cyber, to promote research, to make our economy, especially the digital economy, more resilient. This is also the reason why the center is here in Bucharest. Bucharest and Romania in general are one of the leading countries in terms of digital innovation, technology, new ideas, and also one of the leading countries in terms of expertise. The university in Romania was among the first in Europe in terms of a number of graduated in technical fields. So this is something for which we really congratulate the government. We congratulate all the people. We look forward to cooperate with you, and we really believe that the only way to make our digital market more secure, to make our citizens more secure, is to do it together. So I'm really looking forward to meet you again in a different occasion and talk about how together we could use the funds, together we could create consortium, we can do community building to ensure that the overall result is a safer Europe, is a safer digital market. I think with this I'd like to wish you all happy continuation for the event, and again congratulations for having created such an amazing opportunity. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, and now we are starting the debate in the first edition of the Blockchain Intelligence Forum at the Digitalization Innovation Summit Bucharest. And I'm giving the floor to Nico De Gabriele, Senior Team Lead, European Central Bank. Please.
Good morning to everybody. Thank you very much for being here. I am very glad of being invited, and I want to express my gratitude to Victor Vevera. I was already here last year. It was a very good event, and I see that this year massive changes have taken place and have brought many more people than in the past, and there will be the opportunity to have a more fruitful conversation. But because the time is scarce, and I know that someone is in control of my microphone, let's try to get started. Well, talking about technological innovation is something that is very core to the work of the European Central Bank, and I am very honored of being in charge of working on this topic. Technological innovation has significantly improved the efficiency of financial services and has changed the life of many people. The quality of the experience clients have has dramatically improved. This is a reality that we have been seeing for quite a few years. But we have already enjoyed the benefits that are not as important as those that lie ahead of us, because the implementation of new technological innovations, in particular DLT, distributed ledger technology, and one subset of it, the blockchain technology, have the chance to bring a significant improvement in the way financial market works. Although today's financial markets are highly complex and sophisticated, the fundamental practice of bookkeeping across different ledgers has remained largely unchanged. It is a fact that the cost of financial intermediation in developed economies has increased in the last 60 years. This may seem paradoxical, but is the reality of facts. Next to the operational costs that are inherent in the use of various ledgers, there is the consideration that technology has so far failed to deliver integration, genuine integration in financial markets. Indeed, non-interoperable technological systems in each country, and sometimes more systems in the very same country, have created siloed pools of assets, thus posing difficulties in the flow of liquidity. And this we see when there is a crisis. However, recent developments in the digital technology offer an opportunity to create an integrated European capital market, a goal the ECB has been always supportive. Financial institutions demonstrate a strong interest in exploring the potential of tokenization, leveraging the opportunities of distributed ledger technology. 60%, more than 60% of surveyed European banks are either exploring or are already testing the use of distributed ledger technology. Distributed ledger technology is a topic that has been at the core of analysis and research of the Financial Stability Board, the Bank for International Settlement, and they are all on the same page that this could be a game changer. The promise of tokenization and distributed ledger technology lies in the creation of a transparent ledger, which will make it possible to perform the three key functions: negotiation, settlement, and custody, all on the same platform. This could reduce transaction cost, it is quite evident, improve productivity by containing the need for data processing procedures, some of which are done manually. And one of them that is very labor-intensive and prone to operational mistake is the rollover of repurchase operation by banks. They are so core to their liquidity management. DLT could further reduce settlement times. Market practitioners know quite well that there is room for streamlining the process for the collateral management, which now is trapped because of siloed infrastructure. An effective DLT-based solution to manage tokenized collateral would increase the mobility and velocity of collateral management globally, thus providing capital and liquidity gains. DLT, we have to remind this, also supports the issuance of native digital assets. This is an opportunity that even small and medium enterprises can take in order to have a more convenient access to capital market. In addition, a large-scale use of asset tokenization offers opportunities to overhaul the market structure. This could play a role in tackling the technological obstacles still hindering the establishment of a capital market union in Europe. ECB has been working to make it happening. However, as every new thing, it does not come only with benefits, but the drawbacks of tokenization initiatives have to be well understood and properly managed. And this is why the ECB has been recommending banks to undertake a thorough risk assessment before engaging in whichever application of technological innovations. But what are the risks that are typically associated with this new technology? Well, IT is entrenched in DLT, therefore the general IT risks apply, but also crypto IT risks, such as risks related to cryptographic keys and scalabilities. Some blockchains struggle with scalability. If there is not the ability to address this issue, it is unlikely that a solution can become mainstream. However, the list of critical risks does not end here, unfortunately. Blockchain technology-based activities are frequently targeted by malicious actors. Given the profitability of cybercrime and the perceived low risk for offenders, it is unlikely that the threat is going to decrease. In addition, the geopolitical environment has been tilting the threat landscape further towards state-backed actors, which are equipped with cutting-edge technology and enjoy, unfortunately, the protection of their sponsors. Talking about cybersecurity in Bucharest is very much appropriate because this town hosts the headquarters of the European Cybersecurity Competence Center, and I was very happy to see the message conveyed by my former colleague, Director Luca Tagliaretti. Digitalization has already magnified the importance of all of data in our society, but a more extensive use of the DLT is going to expand this further. This calls for the adoption of arrangements to ensure the availability and reliability of data. Because of the pseudonymous nature of the blockchain, and sometimes even complete anonymous nature, we have seen the emergence of new business undertakings, blockchain analytic firms, which are providing services that have become as important in the crypto market as are the services provided by other entities like credit rating agencies in traditional finance. However, there is no common standard used by such blockchain analytic vendors, and there is no vetting on their procedures, and there is no fitness and probity assessment over their key shareholders and directors. This, despite the outcome of their analysis, is often the ground for key decisions that are taken by companies to mitigate financial crime risk. In the crypto asset market, as it has happened in other sectors of the economy, we have seen the emergence of companies building a vertically integrated business model, the so-called multifunction crypto intermediaries. They provide a range of services, and they are able to fulfill all customers' needs. So, one place, you shop whatever you need. Some MCIs, it is undeniable, have been instrumental in mainstreaming crypto assets. The FSB would have not missed this and highlighted that the growing role of multifunction crypto intermediaries has brought benefits to the society, but it has also introduced significant risks because of the way they work. The concentration of multiple functions within the same house can lead to hidden maturity transformation, unmitigated conflict of interest, and operational vulnerabilities. I know that I have already exhausted my time, but I ask for your patience because I want to deliver just two final messages. At the beginning of my address, I said that the promise of tokenization lies in the creation of a transparent ledger, but the expansion of the role of multifunction crypto intermediaries brings a challenge to this because they have the convenience to internalize transaction, to record transaction on their internal ledger, and is completely obscure to all, including blockchain analytic companies. And this is obscure also to law enforcement agencies and to supervisors. So the threat to transparency that is posed by multifunction crypto intermediaries is a threat that primarily is towards law enforcement agencies, and is a threat that is as credible as the fact that many operators run their business from jurisdictions that have not yet implemented internationally agreed standards as those set by the Financial Stability Board, the IOSCO, and the Financial Action Task Force. I note that there is a smart contract going to switch off my microphone, so let me conclude by saying this. Innovation is a word many people are fond of, but innovation for the sake of innovation does not deliver the good for the society. Innovation has value when it translates in improvements for people's life. And this can happen if risks emanating from technologies and business models are carefully managed through robust regulatory frameworks. By doing so, we can harness the full potential of technological innovation and make the financial system more stable, and this is a precondition for the sustainable economic growth. I thank you very much for your attention and patience for exceeding the time quite significantly.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I'm here. Nico, we have a photo corner, and Mr. Director is waiting you. Also, a photo corner for you after the speech. So, I give the floor now to Skylar Pina, Director and Technical Advisor, New York State Department Financial Service. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the privilege of being here and speaking with you today. My name is Skylar Pinna. I'm a director and technical advisor at the New York State Department of Financial Services, where my job is really to work on all things related to the supervision and regulation of the companies we have licensed to do virtual currency business activity in the state of New York. So today, I'll be speaking about the emerging supervisory frameworks for stablecoin issuance and really the opportunities and challenges this presents to us as regulators and supervisors. Pretty much all of my waking hours these days is spent on the topic of stablecoins, and I really hope to highlight this trend, primarily so we can open up a dialogue and learn to seek opportunities to collaborate and learn from one another. So for the purposes of this presentation, when I use the term stablecoins, I'm really just referring to tokenized versions of currency that are issued and circulate on blockchains. To get a sense of the scale of this market, there's about $230 billion worth of stablecoins in circulation today. The vast majority of these are tied to the United States dollar. For example, just the two largest stablecoins today, Tether and USDC, collectively represent about 90% of that $230 billion worth of value. I think it's fair to say that stablecoins are quite possibly the first use case for blockchains that have achieved scale and general product market fit. Their ability to give anyone access to a dollar equivalent and transact peer-to-peer without traditional intermediaries makes them a very attractive instrument for both retail and institutional users. And I think the promise of stablecoins really is that they can serve as this digitally native form of money that's untethered by geography, but I think this is also exactly where the challenge for regulators and supervisors lies. And for years, there were no laws or regulations specific to stablecoins. I think this largely let the companies that issue them operate globally in the shadows, and their product can be made very widely available across the planet without being held to any single set of standards, requirements, let alone direct supervision. And I think it's fair to say this is definitely starting to change today. In New York, we created the world's first guidance for stablecoins in 2022, and many other countries have since either implemented their own frameworks, for example, what Europe has done recently with MiCA, or are very much in the process of doing so. So for the first time, these stablecoin issuers are beginning to be held to requirements similar to what we've long had for traditional financial institutions, which in turn is causing the issuer models for the stablecoin issuers to evolve into two paths, which I'm outlining on these slides. And the first kind of model for stablecoin issuance, this is the more traditional one, which I'm referring to as the external issuer model. And in this case, you can think about a single stablecoin that's issued by a single entity that's licensed or unlicensed in a foreign jurisdiction. But despite that, that stablecoin is made widely available to a domestic market without being subject to that market's local supervisory requirements or laws and regulation. I think Tether is the clearest example of this. I'm not even quite sure where Tether is licensed to do business today. I know they're seeking to be licensed in El Salvador. But despite that lack of status, Tether has been widely available across the planet, even if there are laws and regulations that might restrict it from being made available on a specific exchange or platform. I think the newer model that we're seeing rapidly rise in attention is what we're currently referring to as the multi-issuer model. Personally, I'm trying to find a better way to brand this one, but I haven't come up with any better ideas. And this is where you have a single stable coin that's issued by multiple entities, and each of those entities might be subject to different regulatory requirements that underpin the stable coin. For this model, I think Circle with USDC is the clearest example of this today. And in this case, we have a single stablecoin, USDC, which is being issued jointly out of an American entity, issued out of a French entity, and it's now being issued via a Japanese distribution partner subject to the rules of the JFSA. And so we effectively have one single product that's being held to at least 3 different competing regulatory requirements, and there's many, many other issuers that are looking to aggressively follow this model today. And so at a very high level, I'm not just going to speak to any single one framework that's out there, but I'm trying to paint with very broad brushes. But the supervisory frameworks for stablecoins are broadly similar to date in terms of the core principles that they're trying to build themselves around. Namely, all stablecoin frameworks that I've seen, they require the stablecoin receives approval, underlying reserves must be liquid, present limited risk, reserves must be held on a one-to-one basis, and they must be redeemable with clear redemption rights and clear disclosures to the wider market. However, while these principles are largely the same, there are many, many differences in the various regulatory requirements that call into question the permissibility of these emerging issuer models within our respective jurisdictions. To save time, I'm going to avoid running through every single one of these, but some really key differences, for example, just between what we have in New York and what we have in Europe currently, kind of the permissible reserve asset composition and location. While there's general alignment that these assets must be held in high-quality assets, there are differences in terms of like set amounts of cash allocations and cash deposits that underpin them. And the location of reserve assets and permissible reserve asset custodians is a real key difference across these frameworks in the sense that currently in New York, we require all reserves be held onshore in local United States depository institutions, while other jurisdictions have more leniency, both in terms of the permissible reserve asset custodian as well as the location of where those reserves must be held. A couple other key differences, I think redemptions are key differences where frameworks do not currently align. In New York, we only permit the right of redemption to the lawful holder of a stablecoin, which is generally interpreted to be the direct customer of an issuer, while other jurisdictions provide that right of redemption to any holder of a stablecoin, regardless of if they are currently a customer of the issuer or not. A couple other quick ones. The last one I'd like to highlight are the bottom two, or the permissibility of the stablecoin itself to provide a native form of yield. Again, some jurisdictions are very clear about restricting that ability. Others are a little bit more silent to it. And then tying back into Nico's comments about the multifunctionary crypto intermediaries, I think there are some frameworks currently that restrict the issuer to only engage in a single line of business. So if you want to issue stablecoins, you are a stablecoin issuer. You are not also an exchange. While at least in New York, we do not currently have that level of restrictions. And so where does this bring us? I think it's pretty clear that these differences across the emerging supervisory frameworks not only call into question the permissibility of the current stablecoin issuer models within our jurisdictions, but also increases the risk of contagion from the issuers themselves due to opportunities for regulatory arbitrage. And to put it simply, it's simply not possible for a stablecoin issuer that wants to have their product made widely available globally to comply with all local regulatory requirements due precisely to some of those differences I ran through on the prior slide. And I think this leaves us as supervisors with really two options. We can either work collectively with one another in an attempt to harmonize our requirements to issue guidance to address any gaps or establish supervisory agreements that can give us the confidence in how risk is being managed out of those affiliates not subject to our direct supervision, or we can continue working alone and require issuers to meet all local requirements as written, which again may not be practically possible today. I do think we are starting to see movement on the collaboration front. I know the Financial Stability Board recently launched their peer review on the implementation of global regulatory frameworks for crypto asset activities, which does include the oversight of global stablecoins. And in New York, we are very much opening dialogue with all jurisdictions in which our licensed entities and our licensed stablecoin issuers do business as we look to update our own guidance and our own approach to the supervision of these products. In closing, I do think we have a real opportunity here to learn from one another, to work with one another, and to influence how the stablecoin space evolves. And a lot of that will be dependent on our ability to collectively collaborate and work with one another. So in closing, just thank you again for all your time. I really hope this is just the beginning of a longer dialogue, and I really look forward to opportunities to work with every one of you who's encountering this issue today. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Skylar, for your remarks. Don't forget about Photo Corner. Mr. Vevera is waiting you. So now I'm giving the floor to Patrick Tan, General Counsel, Chain Argos, and the co-founder, Blockchain Intelligence Academy. Please.
Bună dimineața, sunt Patrick. Îmi pare bine. Good morning for my native-speaking Romanian friends. My apologies for butchering your beautiful language. Standing before you today on this stage, the same stage that I stood on approximately a year ago I would not have been expecting to say these things to you. We live in a time where politicians, world leaders can issue their own tokens and make billions from them. We live in a time where a robbery can be for $1.5 billion worth of tokens, and we don't know who did it. We live in a time where we're told that blockchain intelligence is our silver bullet. It'll solve all of our problems, the same way all of the global problems will be solved with a silver bullet. Now, you and I both know instinctively, in our heart of hearts, that can't possibly be true. There are no easy fixes, no easy solutions. I am Patrick, the General Counsel for Chain Argos, and also the co-founder of the Blockchain Intelligence Academy, a shared initiative with CIP Bucharest, whom we are privileged to partner. It is an immense privilege to stand before you today at this pivotal moment in our history and for our industry. We gather at a time when blockchain technology and crypto assets have moved from the fringes to the forefront of finance, from the governed to governance, and more critically, from commerce to criminal activity. The promise of blockchain, its transparency and immutability is double-edged. While offering unprecedented opportunities, it also presents novel challenges in identifying illicit activities. Where I grew up in the United States of America, today we seem quite comfortable to deny fundamental rights and liberties of individuals, oftentimes based on this panacea of blockchain intelligence, which in many cases, the very people who are prosecuting these cases, the very members of law enforcement, don't fully understand how these things work. They exist in black boxes because we want them to. If we say that blockchain has transparency, why should it be that blockchain intelligence is held to a different standard? If we insist on transparency from our public servants, from our politicians, then surely we should insist on the same level of transparency from our blockchain intelligence service providers. Today, I want to focus on 3 pillars I believe are fundamental to the advancement and integrity of the blockchain intelligence practice. First, the importance of blockchain data interoperability. And for this, the easiest and most obvious and most recent occurrence was the Bybit hack, which everybody was very quick to blame on North Korea. And North Korea is the perfect boogeyman because they're not going to say they didn't do it. They're not going to say they did do it. So if I was a thief, that is exactly how I would want to make my crime look. I would want it to be pinned on a boogeyman that wouldn't deny or admit it. Some of the claimed intelligence that pointed to the DPRK in that $1.5 billion Bybit hack used the exact same methodologies that have been available on open source platforms since 2018. All I'm bringing into question when we talk about interoperability is how do we know? Every time we get a result, we should be asking ourselves, how do we know? So as the digital landscape becomes increasingly interconnected, The ability to seamlessly exchange and understand blockchain data across different platforms and jurisdictions is paramount. That's why we're here today. We're here to build those bridges. We're here to achieve that goal of data interoperability. We've seen the initial steps in this direction with the development of structured formats for exchanging attribution tags, which enhances consistency and collaboration. However, we must strive for broader standardization efforts, resulting in universally adopted data formats and taxonomies to truly unlock the power of shared intelligence. Second, a commitment to transparency and open standards. At Chain Argos and the Blockchain Intelligence Academy, I am proud to say that we firmly believe in building blockchain intelligence on established math and forensic science in service of the truth, moving away from pseudoscience and questionable methods that have not been subject to empirical testing. Our mission at the Blockchain Intelligence Academy and our motto is training in service of the truth. We live in a world where truth has become relative, but we have the opportunity to use blockchain technology to make what is relative, objective, and come back to the table to have a meaningful dialogue. This commitment to open standards will build trust and ensure that our findings are reliable and admissible in court, especially where it has the potential to impact civil liberties. If we are locking up our citizens on the basis of blockchain intelligence, then they and ourselves owe a higher duty that we act in service of that truth. Third and finally, we must highlight the importance of developing robust blockchain intelligence methodologies that are rigorously tested and verified. As our colleague Nikos mentioned earlier, there is no regulation in this industry. My opinion is just as valid as yours. That doesn't necessarily make mine the truth. But we have a rare and unique opportunity today to get to that truth. We need to embrace blockchain technology as a data science task, not one that's made up on hokum and opinion. We need to leverage advanced tools and techniques, subject these tools and techniques to rigorous and resilient testing, and then finally ensure that our insights are not based on intuition, but on verifiable scientific principles. Finally, as we embark on this journey together, I want to draw your attention to the Blockchain Intelligence Professionals Association. They have a booth outside. This association aims to foster a community of professionals adhering to high standards, promoting awareness, facilitating open discussion on best practices, and ultimately working together to reduce the use of blockchain technology and crypto assets for illicit activity. Under the auspices of this association, I urge each and every industry stakeholder to join Chain Argos in signing a pledge proposed by the Blockchain Intelligence Professionals Association to commit to the principles of blockchain data interoperability, transparency, and open standards, and the development of rigorously tested methodologies. By uniting under these three goals, we can collectively elevate the field of blockchain intelligence and better serve the cause of truth and security in this digital age. I thank you for your presence here today. This is a mission that we as a company and I personally believe in, and I think we can do it. So let us work together to build a future where blockchain intelligence is a force for good, grounded in collaboration, transparency, and scientific rigor, and not based on trust me, bro. Thank you.
Thank you, Patrick Tan, General Counsel, Chain Argos, and co-founder, Blockchain Intelligence Academy. You are going to the photo corner. Yes, thank you very much. And now I'm giving the floor to Dr. Paul Gilmore, Senior Lecturer in Economic Crime and lead of the Economic Crime Research Group, University of Portsmouth.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. It's a great pleasure to be here with like-minded peers and colleagues. I've met so many very friendly people during my first time in Romania, so thank you to all the delegates and organisers for making this happen. I think it's fair to say that we are here for a common purpose, to share knowledge and exchange our expertise and discuss about blockchain intelligence and how we can advance the field. I am passionate about collaboration, about innovation and exchanging knowledge and building partnerships. And it's a great pleasure that I can introduce a new initiative, the Blockchain Intelligence Centre for Excellence, which I plan to establish at my home institution, the University of Portsmouth. I want these partnerships to be meaningful. We can come to conferences and discuss about blockchain intelligence and the way forward, but we need to continue these discussions after today and to ensure that our partnerships remain viable and meaningful as well. So the plan for the Blockchain Intelligence Centre of Excellence, we have a goal, ambitious goal to professionalise the blockchain intelligence field. Where the university comes in is to provide the training and the academic and the research capability. It's very a proud initiative that we share with the Blockchain Intelligence Academy, the partnership with Chain Argus and ICCD Bucharest. And thank you for colleagues for making that happen. And I want to lead on from what Patrick Tan said, is that we need to professionalise the blockchain intelligence field. At the university, we are one of the largest criminology departments in the UK, certainly one of the largest in the whole of Europe. We have many academics specialising in economic crime, in cybercrime, policing, and we have already established partners across the world, including the National Crime Agency, Home Office, Interpol, private companies as well. So we are able to deliver training in person and distance learning as well to professionals, financial professionals, but also students and industry experts as well. So we have over 500 students who study criminology, and this is a great opportunity to provide that academic expertise to ensure that the training is delivered in a way that can be used by prosecutors, law enforcement officials, to ensure the evidence of tracing crypto illicit payments and to evidence money laundering and other criminal activity that occurs within the cryptocurrency and blockchain space. We already have, like I said, the established partnerships as well, and I'm based at the sunny city of Portsmouth. So I think it's really important that we continue our discussions long after today. I want you to reach out to me. I do have capability at the university as lead of the research group in economic crime, and I look forward to continuing these discussions after we finish today. I feel it's a very important field that we need to explore, and I'm looking forward to the partnerships between Chain Argus, the Blockchain Intelligence Academy, and ICCD Bucharest with the university. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your wonderful remarks. And now I'm giving the floor to Vincent Danjean, Head of Laboratory Interpol.
Thank you, Maria. Distinguished government representatives, dear speakers, dear colleagues, dear friends, dear participants, it's my honor to be here today. We are here to discuss innovations, digital innovations, the blockchain, more specifically the blockchain when it is used in financial sectors, but not only. And I would like to refocus a little bit with my speech on the why, the how, the opportunity and challenges from a law enforcement perspective. As Patrick said, we are living in an unprecedented time of changes. The world around us is evolving at an incredible pace, driven by technological innovations, shifting societal values, and growing concerns about the environment and social justice. As we navigate these changes, it is essential to consider how they are impacting online criminality and our citizens. Firstly, citizens are increasingly demanding on control on their own data. With the rise of social media and online services, our digital footprint has grown exponentially, making us vulnerable to data breaches and cyber attacks. In response, individuals are turning to encrypted networks, decentralized applications, and blockchain technologies to protect their information and maintain their privacy. This shift towards a greater control of security is driven by growing awareness on the risk associated with sharing personal data online. 10 years ago, the Cambridge Analytica scandal exposed 87 million users' records affecting more and more citizens. These breaches highlighted the dangers of unchecked data collection and exploitation online. Of course, criminals understood the benefits and the values of private data. As a result, people are seeking alternative solutions that prioritize their privacy and security. Decentralized applications, such as those built on blockchain technologies, are promising solutions. By distributing data across a lot of networks rather than relying on a central authority, these apps provide seemingly greater security and transparency. Furthermore, the use of cryptocurrencies like in Bitcoin case and Ethereum cases have democratized the access to financial services, enabling individuals to conduct transactions without relying on traditional institutions. The adoption of a technology is often related to available applications. No one knows how to install artificial intelligence, yet we all have it in our telephones. The same goes with the blockchain. However, this trend towards decentralized and encrypted online activities poses major challenges for law enforcement agencies. As criminals increasingly use this technology to conceal their activities, it becomes more difficult to track and prosecute them. The dark web and its many alternatives networks of encrypted and anonymous online platforms have become a haven for a plethora of criminal activities in drug trafficking, human trafficking, cybercrime, and many others. Another significant societal change is the growing concern about climate change, social unrest, and polarization of opinions. As people become more aware of the urgent need to address these issues, they are seeking out new ways to engage with each other and with institutions. Online platforms have become a key space for activism, advocacy, and mobilization. However, this increased online activity also creates opportunities for extremist groups and individuals to spread the hate speech, recruit members, and coordinate violent activities. Social media platforms in particular have been criticized for their role in amplifying divisive rhetoric and facilitating the dissemination of misinformation, too often leading to radicalization and violence. Over the last couple of years, generative AI has achieved mass adoption and now plays a significant role in creating very credible scams and a tsunami of misinformation data. The polarization of opinions also led to a rise of cyber attacks and online harassments. As individuals and groups become more entrenched in their views, they are increasingly targeting those who disagree with them using tactics such as doxing, swatting, and online intimidation. Polarization and the need of regaining control led to a more recent trend in the domain of fabrication. The democratization of 3D printing led to many developments in ghost guns. These seemingly traceable privately made firearms are not a new phenomenon, but never before they have been so easy and cheap to produce. We are witnessing a massive uptake of productions of these 3D firearms, with cases being filed in all criminal domains and in all regions of the world. So basically, police is overwhelmed with the amount of data to be processed and analyzed and the breadth of technical knowledge required from our investigators and analysts. There are technical solutions to address those problematics for law enforcement, but they also come with their own challenges. So let us go through some of them. We are using large language models and natural language processing to make sense of large amount of data, including in blockchain analytics, to extract the entity names, to analyze the content, to recognize the patterns. We use the solution providers who are dumping blockchain data into AI or scrape darknet content to dump it into AI and large language models. And the investigators now have to rely on those artificial intelligence-aided analysis to make sense of their cases. With AI-aided pattern analysis, we may now classify certain activities on the blockchain as suspicious or related to money laundering, for instance. But the problem law enforcement is facing with AI is known as the black box effect. We cannot reproduce and explain what AI is doing under the hood. In a judicial procedure, that typically means you would fail your case because the defense would use a different solution and come up with different answers. There are developments in quantum technologies, quantum computers, quantum safe encryption and quantum key distribution, as well as quantum sensing. But these are still very far from being pragmatic and practical to implement for law enforcement use. While quantum computers may one day be used to solve intricate mathematical problems, such as reverse engineering a private key from a wallet, quantum computers will likely never be good at processing big data. This is not their forte. Quantum sensors are more mature. They are here and already available, and some of them are very disruptive technologies in the way that they produce sensing methodologies that we have never seen before. But technology isn't everything. A major issue that law enforcement is facing is the interoperability of data. And I see this is in the agenda for today, so I will not go too much in depth into the topic. But let us consider an example of a team investigating a money laundering case in country A, and they want to share the data of their findings with another country in country B. But the other team uses a different solution provider. So the connection made between the wallets, the clusters, the transactions, and the findings from country B will be different because they use a different solution provider. This is where interoperability comes into play. Furthermore, it is likely that some of the wallets will be tagged, attributed with some maybe taxonomy as a money mule case, whereas in the other tool, they would use a different taxonomy and call it drop wallets. So how do you make connections between the two? How do you make sure that you are exhaustive in your investigation? This is typically the kind of problematics that my laboratory and the Innovation Center in Singapore is working on. We started establishing the Interpol Darknet and Virtual Assets taxonomy back in 2018 with the help of experts from the law enforcement, from academia and the Austrian Institute of Technologies and entities such as the Dutch Research Institute, TNO. Now, going back to pragmatic solutions rather than technical solutions, we are talking a lot about the PPPs, public-private partnerships, right? But I believe we are missing one P in there, and the P for the people. Citizens are legions. Citizen wants to regain their control. Let us find a way to work together with them and address the crimes they are victims of. Ultimately, the future of online security will depend on our ability to balance positive resources, individual freedoms, and collective security concerns. As we navigate these complex issues, let us prioritize inclusive collaboration, innovation, and commitment to protecting the human rights and in the digital age. Thank you for listening to me.
Merci beaucoup, Vincent, pour votre explication. Et maintenant, and now we are passing to the other guest, and we are talking about financial crime. Peter Whitton, Criminal Intelligence Analyst, Financial Crimes and Anti-Corruption Center, Interpol.
So, good day, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. Thank you very much for hosting us and for the invitation for this very important forum. My name is Peter Whitton. I'm a criminal intelligence analyst with the Interpol's Financial Crime and Anti-Corruption Center. And today I'll be giving a quick presentation on strengthening international police cooperation with regards to the combating cyber-enabled fraud. Within my presentation today, I'll be covering what IFCAC is, where we're situated within Interpol, how we provide support, and then I'll be talking about some of our projects and operations. However, I'll touch on only a few of our projects and operations, namely because there is so much work ongoing. However, I want to just target a few of our projects and operations which are related to virtual assets. I'll talk about some key challenges that we're facing as law enforcement, and I'll cover off on some case studies. So within Interpol, IFCAC, Interpol's Financial Crime and Anti-Corruption Center, is situated within the Executive Directorate of Police Services. So this is the operational arm of Interpol. However, we work closely with the Innovation Center as well with regards to research and development and capability development matters. We primarily have three teams. So we have our fraud and payment crime team, our anti-money laundering and asset recovery team, and our anti-corruption team. So our fraud and payment crime team focuses on sextortions or romance baiting, formerly known as pig butchering, cryptocurrency investment scams and the like. Our anti-money laundering and asset recovery team focuses on, as the name suggests, anti-money laundering, those techniques, tactics and procedures. But this team is heavily focused on the Interpol Silver Notice, which is currently ongoing as a pilot program, and anti-corruption, which focuses on grand corruption and corruption in sports. Even though that we're broken up in these three teams, we work very closely across these teams because the nature of our crime types, there's money laundering in pretty much every one of them, right? Moreover, we also work very closely with other teams within Interpol, my apologies, and also with other agencies. Some of the key capabilities that we offer include operational support and investigative support. So basically providing advice and mentoring with regards to international investigations. Capability development and training. So this is very pertinent for things like virtual assets. Virtual asset tracing also exists within IFCAC. However, this capability is shared and also partnered with other directorates and units within Interpol. Awareness raising. So this comes under the Money Mule campaign, which projects Torade and Tori, which was funded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Japan. That was an output of this project. And also strategic dialogue, which actually addresses a key challenge that I'll talk to you later in this presentation. But being involved in forums such as this really helps bridge that gap. Some of our key projects and operations, which I'd like to cover on, which have had relation to virtual assets. Operations First Light, Operation HE, Operation Jackal, Projects Victor, and Rescue. Now, these are not the only operations and projects which were run or are led by IFCAC. We actually support many others within Interpol and other organisations. And the reason we want to touch on these is because of relevance. So Operation First Light is funded by the People's Republic of China, and it has a global focus and focuses on telecommunication fraud business email compromise, and social engineering. Operation HE is funded by the Korean National Police Agency of South Korea. It also has a global focus, but a slightly smaller membership, and it focuses on very similar target types, but also looks at e-commerce fraud and romance baiting, or our context, formerly known as pig butchering. Operation Jackal focuses on West African organised crime. That's a really weird echo, I apologise. Operation Jackal focuses on West African organised crime, so syndicates around the world who are conducting business email compromise. My apologies. I apologise for who may not be able to hear or understand. There's a weird echo up here. So Operation Jackal looks at West African organised crime, so looking at syndicates around the world who conduct business email compromise, romance scams, and money laundering. But we do work with a number of organisations and other teams within Interpol who focus on these syndicates. And then lastly, projects Victor and Rescue, which is funded by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs Japan. And this looks at capability development in the forms of virtual assets. And Project Rescue is ongoing. Project Victor has recently closed, but Project Rescue is looking at romance baiting, so pig butchering, but also cyber-enabled frauds. Next part of the topic I'd like to talk about is IGRIP, so Interpol's Global Rapid Intervention of Payments. So what this is basically leveraging off Interpol's I-24/7 system, which is the secure messaging platform between police to police. So this is not to replace what's out there with the Swift recall or Kara network or the Egmont network. It's simply to complement it, to see how we can support police-to-police communication for the purposes of intercepting illicit payments, but also to share intelligence with regards to those illicit payments. So first and foremost, essentially what it is, it's the beneficiary country is communicated from the victim country, where the victim has made the victim statement that they've fallen ill of a business email compromise, a romance scam, and the like. And then essentially what we're trying to do is share that intelligence, and hopefully the regulatory powers in the beneficiary country can act. If not, fall back to this is intelligence sharing for the purposes of opening up a parallel investigation or an inquiry. So sometimes it's successful, sometimes it's not. We're currently working on figuring out how those gaps are related to our situation and how to fill them. So a very interesting case study from IGRIP, which actually relates to virtual assets. And this is a case that went for about 2 years. Very exceptional because we're looking at a time-sensitive targeting situation. However, 2 years is not. But this also highlights the international cooperation element of IGRIP and the Interpol communication system. So the victim fell ill of a cryptocurrency investment scam, which became a account hijacking situation. The victim was a national of one country, but a resident in another country. And during this time, after the victim fell ill of the scam, they were monitoring the flow of funds to one hosted wallet, just using an open source tracing website. The victim tried to go to law enforcement in country 2, but unfortunately one of our common challenges is local law enforcement not able to understand how to process or how to deal with cryptocurrency cases. So the victim was stonewalled. The local law enforcement didn't know what to do. So after some time, the victim was monitoring the flow of funds, and simply, it was a very simple transaction to another hosted wallet. So the out-of-the-box thinking from the victim, which is very interesting, was to go to the law enforcement in country 3, where the virtual asset service provider was registered. Law enforcement in country 3 analysed the complaint, believed it to be truthful, and came to us and asked, "We don't know anyone in country 2, can you help us?" Fortunately, we knew a specific competent officer in country 2 who could take up the case, and with permission of the victim through country 3, information was shared between the countries, and the victim was able to lodge the victim statement. Once the victim statement was made, the country 3's law enforcement could lean on their regulatory powers and oblige the virtual asset service provider to freeze the account, and recovery was commenced after that point. So this is a very interesting example of just thinking outside the box, how to leverage what's already out there network-wise, and then also to enhance the international cooperation. I apologise, it did not change the slide. But that is the example of the case that I was just talking through. I'd like to move on to some of the key challenges that we're facing in general. I can break them down to 4 main topics. The first one is engagement. So one of our big concerns with law enforcement and what we're asked of from law enforcement or Interpol member countries is, who do I get in contact in the private sector? How do I get in contact with them? What's the best means? And that's where these kind of forums come into place to help us bridge those gaps and learn about what is the best way to get in contact with the private sector, because that's where a lot of the information, expertise and resources lay. Next is capacity. For law enforcement, like any public agency, law enforcement is a challenge. Capacity is a challenge. Posting cycles are restrictive. We're only in a position for so many years and you post out, and when people post out, that corporate knowledge also goes with them. Technical understanding, when you're building a capability, so niche as virtual assets, you need to have focus, you need to have longevity and redundancy. In many cases, this doesn't exist, and also the awareness of how to utilize resources. So when we're monitoring or when we're trying to understand how do we provide better support to our member countries, we're also looking at how they're making those requests. What are they asking from us? And that gives us an indication of the technical expertise. One thing with capability development, we want to basically train ourselves out of a job. We don't want them to be reliant on us for basic requests. It's absolutely fine if they are, but we want to be able to build together and get to a higher level of confidence and competence. Regulatory capacity, as in my example of iGrip, understanding what regulatory powers exist across countries and across agencies is absolutely key. And quite often we do have to go back to respective member countries when we find those gaps and advise and understand what can and cannot be done, and then what procedures may be in place to bridge gaps or basically think outside the box and figure out if procedures can change or if this is a regulatory or a legislative restriction that needs to be addressed in another forum. But these challenges are all good. It's good to be aware of challenges because it helps us understand what sort of support we can provide to our member countries, but then also where we can build together and also bridge those gaps across particularly regional partners as well. Another case example I want to touch on is initially, this was an investment scam that was initiated from the private sector, which was initially referred to an Interpol member country once the financial institution actually identified money laundering in their ecosystem. From that, the Interpol member country opened up an investigation, or rather an inquiry at that point, and identified there was victimhood and money laundering in their country. And once this occurred, they issued an investigation and issued an Interpol red notice. And this case was referred to IFCAC, and along with the Fugitive Investigation Section, who exists within Interpol, who are fantastic at their job, we opened a joint task force, and along with multiple agencies around the world, and also with the FIS, or Fugitive Investigation Section, we identified and located the fugitives and also identified assets and associates linked to that crime. And that actually led to their arrest. The last topic I'd like to talk about is the Interpol Silver Notice or Interpol Silver Notice or Silver Diffusion pilot. This was launched early this year in January 2025, and some of you may know of the Interpol coloured notices, so red, purple, blue, etc. This is a new notice that's looking at identifying and gaining information on illicit criminal assets. So this is still a police-to-police communication resource. It is also relevant for virtual assets, and it's focused on obtaining that information to support ongoing investigations. So NCBs, or National Central Bureaus, which are our key points of contact in the Interpol network, are playing that liaison role and that centralised point where they are essentially maintaining the correspondence. IPSG, or Interpol, is maintaining the role of compliance and tracking, and the respective domestic agencies are the ones who are acting on those requests. So they're the ones initiating, responding, doing their checks. So even though that this is open for only 51 member countries, each 196 Interpol member countries can receive those requests and basically fuel those investigations that are ongoing. So as this continues to develop, this will likely expand further. But for now, this is just something to flag to the audience because of its relevance to financial crime and virtual assets. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your time, and thank you very much for hosting us to our hosts. If anyone has any questions, feel free to approach me.
Thank you, Peter. In the networking lunch, I think we are going to talk a lot about your remarks. It's ready. Dr. Bernd Haslocher, co-founder ICNIO and Crypto Finance Research Group lead at the Complexity Science Hub, Vienna, Austria.
Yeah, thank you. Good morning, everyone, and thanks for having me here. My name is Bernard, and I have some slides which might show up, I guess. Yes, they do. Going back. Okay. So my name is Bernard, and I'm now talking about standardizing crypto asset data exchange and lessons learned over all the years. But I actually just have two messages I would like to leave here, and if you forget everything about my talk, just remember maybe those. So the first one is, I'm doing blockchain intelligence and crypto asset analytics for 10 years now, and if I have to bet on the future, I would say the future really lies in controlling the data. Yes, it's important to have tracing tools in place, but you only can become effective if you control the data and you know how to apply the right methods. When we talk about data, of course, we also have to think about how we exchange data, because the data we need is lying in different places, and we have to become more efficient in exchanging this data. The good news is we already thought about this in collaboration with Interpol and established some basic mechanisms to exchange data in a very efficient way, and this is not just theory, it's actually applied in practice. Maybe just a few words about myself. Actually, I'm a scientist, and Patrick before mentioned the importance of scientific rigor in this space, and I completely agree with him. So no more words from my side on this topic. He's completely right. As a scientist, I see it as he sees it. And one of the reasons why ICNIO actually exists is because some of the leading authorities in Europe approached us because they wanted to use our computational methods on top of their data for exactly those purposes. So this was the reason why we actually founded ICNIO as an academic spin-off of the Complexity Science Hub. So why is data so important, and why should we think more about data than tools? Again, we are working with leading authorities in Europe, and what we are seeing all over the place is that the problem space is exploding. So if you talk to cybercrime prosecutors, they will tell you that they have to work on thousands of cases. No way they can do this with existing capacities. Also, the complexity in those cases are exploding. So at the beginning, you had maybe a few addresses or a few transactions to analyze. Now you have thousands of data points to analyze. So it's basically going up, and it's pretty clear that with existing mechanisms, you cannot deal with this amount with this problem space anymore. So what we are seeing right now across the spectrum is actually that existing practices are getting expanded. So this is probably what you know. You have investigators conducting crypto asset transaction, blockchain analytics or blockchain intelligence, and they are using tracing tools that are available in the market. So you can put any name under the tracing tool up there. But what we see now in some of the leading institutions is, given this exploding space of complexity and this exploding data volumes, they have to rethink how things are done. And they got the point that it's all about the data, and that you need people in place, called data scientists, for instance, that can efficiently handle the data and apply the right methodology for the right problems. So just to give you an example, the black guy on the left-hand side, if you give him an address to analyze, he will enter this address in the tool and give you a result. He can also do it for 10 addresses, maybe also for 100 addresses. But what if this guy is confronted with 1 million addresses and transactions? This simply doesn't scale anymore. This is the reason why we need the right-hand side, the data scientist working with the data. Yeah, sorry, the sound is really bad. So we have to give data to the data scientist, let me pretty quickly emphasize on what kind of data we have to give to the data scientist so that he or she can effectively work on the data. Of course, the data scientist needs something what I would call the subject of inquiry. So you have to give him crypto asset addresses or transactions to analyze. So that's pretty straightforward, and this is usually given in a standard case. Then they also need the blockchain data, and the fortunate aspect is that all this data is publicly available. Okay, so far our data scientist has everything he needs to conduct our analysis. But there's one piece missing, and the most important part is actually attribution tags. These are the data points that are essential to effectively de-anonymize services in this space and to essentially basically track and trace crypto assets so that at the end of the day you get personally identifiable information. So these are the data points we have to concentrate on. Yeah, just to briefly explain what an attribution tag is, looks technical, but I think it's actually pretty straightforward. An attribution tag simply just assigns some real-world information to a crypto asset address. For instance, an attribution tag could say, this address is controlled by Binance or any other exchange. Okay? So it's a very simple data point, but it's one of the most important data points you need if you conduct this kind of investigations. There might also be another data point attached which tells you, okay, Binance is an exchange. I mean, if you're in the field, you know that this is the case, so it's pretty straightforward and simple. So this is what an attribution tag is all about. And if an organization starts somehow collecting those tags, they might structure the data like this. So they have two fields. One is called label, the other is called category, and the values are Binance and exchange. Okay, so this is, for instance, how we in our company structure our data, and it works pretty well for us. But there might be another organization. They describe the same address. They also say this address belongs to Binance, but they do it in a different way. They say it's Binance.com, and they say it's not an exchange, it's a CASP, a crypto asset service provider, and they use different data fields. For us as humans, it's pretty clear that the meaning is the same. But for the machine, for the data scientist who has to work with the data, this is complete difference. So it has different meanings. So it would yield different results if the data is not harmonized. And what we did in collaboration with Interpol is actually we came up with a very, very simple standardized data format called TagPacks. So it's an open standard, which is just a file format where we essentially agree on a minimal set of fields and also with a specification how the values should look like. So it's a very simple and straightforward way to structure your data and to exchange your data. And it's also openly accessible, and we also have data represented in this fashion. And what we also did, Vincent already mentioned this before, we also came up with a standardized taxonomy for services, so for entities in this space, and for different types of abuses. Okay? Why is this important? Because we somehow need to agree how we call things. So we might call Binance a crypto asset service provider, we might call it an exchange. It does not really matter, but we have to agree on something, and this is what taxonomies are made for. And the nice thing is that this development started with Interpol, but it finally also made it into the MISP Galaxy, which is kind of a standardization body in this field. One last remark. When we talk about standardization, we might now sit together and think about possible fields we want to include in such a standard. That's the wrong approach, because it usually ends up in a mess. The way we did it is actually we worked with German legal scholars, and we really looked into the global legal standards defining what it requires to basically provide evidence that is court-proof. Okay, so we really scanned the global legal standards, extracted the requirements from those standards, and translated those requirements into a data format. Okay, why are we doing this? Because we want that evidence basically provided in front of court is court-proof. And you have to fulfill some basic requirements like reliability, verifiability, etc., which I have to say is currently often not given in the current blockchain intelligence space. We have written a paper about this. If you're interested in, you find all the arguments and all the background written up in this paper from 2020. Okay, so I promised to be faster than planned. So I started with this conceptualization and tried to convince you that the problem space is more complex. So the number of cases is exploding, the volumes of data to be analyzed is exploding, and you cannot deal with this manually anymore, at least to the best of our knowledge. You could now say, okay, if I have, I don't know, 1 million data points to be analyzed, I just buy more licenses and hire more people to basically click through the data manually. But of course, this doesn't make sense because if you're running an organization, you know that just putting more humans working manually on a problem simply doesn't scale, especially if the problem is skyrocketing. So there are certain limits we have as humans. So this is the reason why I really argue that the future of blockchain intelligence must be, and in some institutions it already is actually, really automation. So you have to be able to automatically process massive amounts of data, and the only way you can do this is if you can control the methodologies and if you have the data in place. If you don't have the data, you're basically lost. That's the big summary. Finally, I provided you a visualization that should somehow illustrate what I mean with complexity. So here you see a visualization that shows 1,000 blocks in the Ethereum blockchain, so a very short period of time, and each node in there is a smart contract conducting transactions with another smart contract. So we're talking about financial transactions here. And I think you all get the point that this looks like a universe, right? It's a universe, and it's just a tiny part of this big universe. So we are looking into a universe, and if you think about astronomers, how they looked into the universe, in the past they used manual tools, they used telescopes to look into the stars, right? So this is what they did in the 15th, 16th century, and it was pretty nice. But nowadays, how are the astronomers working? No one is using manual tools to look at the stars. They have the telescopes out there, and the telescopes, they're collecting the data. And the astronomers nowadays, they analyze data. So this is what they are doing. No one is using manual tools anymore. And I think if we want to become successful in future and blockchain intelligence will move this direction, we have to work with the data, understand the data, and apply the right methods with scientific rigor. Thank you.
For sure, this is the next step.
Hopefully.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we are passing now to the first panel. I remind you that we are in the first edition of the Blockchain Intelligence Forum at the Digital Innovation Summit in Bucharest at the Parliament of Romania. And now we are going to talk, of course, about the universe of blockchain that Peter told us. The first panel, challenges in unlocking blockchain intelligence for financial investigation and asset recovery. And I give the floor to Monica Guy, Team Lead, Communication and External Relation, Basel Institute on Governance. He's not here? Ah, okay. Please, Monica. Sorry?
There was another panel discussion before at 11:50.
I'm sorry. My mistake. So many papers. The first panel is towards data change, standards and interoperability, CEO-level discussion, moderated by the Javier Paz, Director of Data and Analytics Forbes. He's not here? Javier Paz from Forbes. Perhaps somebody can help me. Okay. Sorry? He's coming, look at him. Oh, where have you been? Please, we are starting the first panel. Okay. Thank you very much.
All right. My name is Javier Paz. I work with Forbes. It is a pleasure to be here again this year. I was here last year, and I very much enjoyed being amidst you. And here I have another distinguished set of panelists. We're going to be talking about blockchain intelligence and moving towards the standardization of the data that we've been touching about. So we maybe give a first chance to introduce themselves very quickly. We start with you.
Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, hello everyone. Happy to be here and thank you for the invitation. My name is Marina Kaustova. I'm COO at Crystal Intelligence, and we do blockchain analytics for private firms and law enforcement and governmental bodies.
I'm Dhirendra Shukla. I'm the CEO of Grey Wolf Analytics, Inc., and I'm also a professor at the University of New Brunswick.
Thanks for having me. My name is Nate Tuganov. I am the CEO and founder of Cloud-Denim.
Hi, my name is Karl Zettel. Thanks for having me. I'm CEO of Ignio Crypto Asset Analytics.
And I'm John Ryder. I'm CEO of Chain Argos, a blockchain intelligence.
Okay, wonderful. So we have a lot of a great diverse set of approaches to blockchain analytics, and that's something that we have a lot of ways of doing the same thing, but here's the thing: there's specialization that each of these firms brings to, based on their own backgrounds and their own, the human capital and their approaches that they bring to the table. So I'd like to ask each of you to give me maybe just 1 minute of, at a high level, what makes your company unique? How did you come to blockchain analytics in the first place? Was it previous law enforcement role or something else that brought you? Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I think our history, through our history, we were very much focused on figuring out how we can fetch local data. We started in 2018, and we started in Ukraine. So for us, we were expecting this. Actually, money launderers can take big advantage of the military actions that were happening, and this gray area will actually be a source for a lot of human trafficking, gun trafficking. And we were right, actually. While a lot of other players tried to look away and focus on something that was happening bigger and a little bit more shallow, maybe, we were focused on the specific territories. And I think right now that plays really well for us, because that's how we do. We're hyper-local, picking territories and getting a lot of localized information from these territories.
So our research group at the University of New Brunswick was contacted by several securities regulators to look at tax evasion and similarly look at human trafficking and anti-money laundering, particularly this new crypto thing that had suddenly come up. So that's how we were pulled into the space of cryptocurrencies. Right now, as more and more data becomes available, what makes us different and unique is not only ability to look at and process a large amount of data, also begin to look at predicting what is forming, how it's forming, and be proactive engaging with data.
Well, 1 minute is not enough to answer this question, but I'll try my best. We were lucky enough to start our company and start working with law enforcement agencies like Europol. Hello, Daniel. And they gave us feedback how we can improve our software. So basically, the company was built for law enforcement community. And the data and verifiability of the data, the approach which we took is really resonate with law enforcement community. They can use this data, it's admissible in court, and they can conduct investigation, which is simply impossible with other companies on the market.
Hello, yeah. So we believe in 3 things. The first thing is that we believe manual blockchain investigation is not enough anymore. So we believe that there need to be automated tools, there need to be automated tracing. So that's the first point. Second point is we believe in open source and transparency. So we cannot build our future supervision on proprietary black box tools. So that's why we are building on open source core. And last but not least, we also believe in standardization, open and interoperable data formats. That's why we've integrated open tools, open also investigations, or open interoperable data together with Interpol, so that we can work out and be open for other tools as well.
So I was a derivative trader before looking at these things. None of the team has any background in police, regulatory, investigation, any of that kind of thing. We began looking at financial questions, and it turned out that evaluating solvency and other sorts of dynamic replication, sort of standard financial engineering, had applications in surveillance questions, regulatory questions. Our tools are quite different because our original goals were completely different, had nothing to do with asset tracing. It's fascinating to see problems from one version of finance that turn out to solve sort of seemingly unrelated questions in other spaces.
One of there's significant investment that goes into blockchain analytics. You probably have raised and spent hundreds of thousands of dollars, millions of dollars, building a team, a very qualified team that knows about technology. And in fact, the argument that some major blockchain companies are making is, we invested a significant amount of money in this product, and the technology is proprietary. And basically, the government has to trust that that outcome is adequate to present, to act based upon it. But it's a black box model, and the assumptions built into it are many, and that's where one of the key questions for my panel is, how can the market arrive at a balance between sharing with the public sector your unique blockchain analytics approach, and while making a profit, but not destroy your intellectual capital in the process? So let me start with you, Nate. Nate, at the same time.
Thank you. Great question. It used to be actually like you explained. So law enforcement community were relying on these algorithms, heuristics to get the data. But that's kind of start to change roughly like 3-4 years ago, when they start to work with actually raw blockchain data and verify the findings of those companies and to confirm their own investigations. But after all, like, they has to do their own forensic analysis of those transactions and the findings which companies like us provide. So what we did is we allowed them to actually investigate and work with raw blockchain data, which is enriched by our algorithms, but at the same time they have an ability to request information why this address has been added to the cluster or this entity, let's say Binance Exchange, what algorithms have been used, and they can actually verify this data by themselves. And this is basically like transparency which we provide for law enforcement community. And to be honest, like, we do not afraid that our algorithms can be reverse engineered, because it's just one single algorithm across billions of transactions, across dozens of blockchains, hundreds or billions of addresses across all those blockchains. And even if you reverse this algorithm, you still need to apply it. You still need to like have the infrastructure which kind of works. We have our in-house proprietary database. And just to develop this kind of functionality, you need 4 or 5 years. So there is no such risk as like providing this intelligence to law enforcement community.
That's right. So John, let me ask you then, follow up on what Patrick was saying about assuming that somebody fits a mold of a known actor and then...
I mean, yeah, to some extent, your initial question, we have the answer in the history of how DNA evidence and fingerprints and car accident reconstruction ended up in court, right? Science is somewhat understood. Nothing really is 100% accurate. You have testing procedures. You have cases where people assert their systems are flawless. That's generally ridiculous. Nothing to do with blockchain, just life. You know, and again, if you consider the way things work in sort of old-style traditional finance, the bank knows who everybody is, stockbrokers know who all their customers are. It's not like the analytics tools work instantly and are free, and there's no market for building data analysis, right? So subjecting things to sort of standard science and sharing conclusions, and you buy a DNA testing machine, it's from a company, there's a procedure for calibrating the lab, testing the reliability of things. There's no reason this should be any different than the rules around, you know, car accident reconstruction, which is Newtonian physics, but with, you know, all kinds of other stuff. And it's, you know, technology doesn't actually give you perfect magical answers, or there wouldn't be a part of Interpol that coordinated financial investigation for bank transfers. It would just work. And it's not, they're not doing a bad job. It's not how the world operates.
Exactly. No, and let me move on to, in interest of time, move on to the next question, limitations of blockchain intelligence. So the public sector has an appetite for intelligence, developing its own heuristics, its own predictive models, its own the ability to name or tag wallets in its own manner. But often enough, you know, what the FBI calls a certain group may be different than what Homeland Security is saying it, different than what one provider is calling it. Is it VASP? Is it CASP? Is it Exchange? Is it... So some basic standardization is required, not just with the industry, but also within the different government agencies. So maybe we talk about what is one example that of needed standardization in blockchain analytics. Dehendra, do you want to tackle that?
So you raise a very good point, and I think criminals and people trying to avoid this space know that there is significant gap in data. So not only from a forensic tool perspective are there silos, because the forensic companies have their own data sets, the users, government agencies, law enforcement, jurisdiction, all maintain their jurisdiction over their data to a point that you can only store on our physical site. So So that has created a huge problem in terms of data. You really bring up a good, strong gap. This is the reason the criminals are able to take advantage of these silos of data. But I have seen some organizations come together from a forensic tool perspective. I'm not going to call their names out, but they have said, hey, as soon as we find data, we're going to report it in a community of trusted partners. And that really gives me a lot of hope that this community is coming together and seeing that if we don't work together, this is going to become a bigger and bigger issue. So several of the forensic companies are actually coming together, sharing attribution, and is really giving me a lot of hope and excitement for. But there are other players in the industry, I'm trying to be polite, other players that just consume that these people are contributing and never contribute themselves. Yeah. So that change of mindset that needs to happen, that we're all in it together to build a safer and secure world for the conversation early on was, it's all about the people, our community that's being harmed. Let's go back to those basic elements that we are here to save and protect community. If we start doing that with that mindset, we will come a long way together.
Can you think of another example?
I have a very strong opinion, actually. I'm really thinking that, there's no pride on sitting on, for example, CSAM data and saying this is your competitive advantage and you're selling this data. This is something that everyone should avoid interacting with. So, these data must go public. And of course, there are considerations that we need to not to turn into search engines for these things. But this is our professional challenge to solve that problem, right, in the right way. So my opinion is that there has to be value for the victims, and this is my motto recently. I really want to see how I can solve the problem for people who are standing alone against groups of individuals that are trying to scam them. You cannot stand alone against a group of very trained people using AI and whatnot. So, interoperability is really a big opportunity for us.
Maybe adding on that one, so I agree with all of you, but this is just one point. I mean, to exchange the data, meaning the data tags of different addresses, but, and therefore there are standards which can be used openly. But what I believe is we have to think one step further, so that also institutions, organizations, governments need to exchange their data among each other. And that's what we are trying currently. We are trying to really bring together different ministries of certain countries to exchange that data between each other. And that's what I think would be the next step, because also all the criminals out there are thinking in networks, in international networks. If we don't think in international networks, we are always one step behind them. Okay,
so I think we can agree that there needs to be a standard for many of the things for which there isn't one right now. So just quickly, each of you, who leads the charge on that front? What is our best chance of coming to standardization? Let's start with you, John.
Yes. One relatively, complicated but straightforward. There are a very small number of government organizations that publish lists of sanctioned addresses, bad, whatever. But there are huge repositories of the FBI, IC3 coordination. Those are not public. Traditionally, law enforcement keeps this stuff non-public. And there are public repositories where we've seen major exchange addresses listed as a scam address because somebody sent their money to it. Obviously, that's not right. Some filtering is needed. But a lot of law enforcement can think about how they can make open, bank transfers are not public, these transfers are public, you can make commensurately more information public. And that provides there are already structures for sharing, right? So that makes it easier for people to have a common source of truth. The OFAC list is the only major international, publicly recognized, and it's very small. There's much larger repositories that could be at least partially opened up. They need a little more curation than some of the less officially run operations now, where you find mistakes, honest, intended mistakes.
Okay. How about you?
So I think first of all there need to be standards. Interpol did a good job there, And so, as mentioned, we have these OFAC lists as well. So I believe everybody can contribute to that one. And maybe any international organization can host that one then.
Nate?
In my view, the only possible way, if it will become mainstream, is when the public sector will actually push us to share the data. And the public-private partnership is more important in that case, because sometimes, well, not sometimes, most of the times, companies like us have more data in real time, but public sector and law enforcement community have private data, which they acquired from different sources, which we don't have access to. And if we actually get access to all of the data, but that's another question about privacy, which is pretty much loaded one, I can speak about it for hours, but like if at some point we get this anonymized access or somewhat access to the data, basically we have no limits.
Leander?
Yeah. So who leads the charge is a very complex...
And maybe if you can add also, how long will this take, realistically?
I think there's a collaboration event that takes place between different stakeholders. One of the things that most people haven't brought up is the victims are actually people that are ashamed of what they've gone through and don't report because they're ashamed, because they feel very vulnerable. There's a huge opportunity for not only standardizing data, getting government to share, but people that are victims to actually have a voice and begin to openly share and talk about this until they begin to do that, until they feel comfortable, until they have a platform that they are victims, and that it will become very challenging. And people are taking advantage not only from a data fragmentation perspective, but because general public is not educated, and that educational component, not only for forensic providers, not only for law enforcement, government agencies, I think that's a much lower bar to educate all of those people. But to educate a mass population, educate communities, is our biggest gap and challenge at this point, if you ask me. Data is one element. I think it's manageable because you put smart people together, they'll find a way. But Joe Public is really, really struggling and really, really hurting at this point. And that is something that we haven't brought up, and I think it needs to be talked about more.
So what you're saying is also the public needs to have a central place where they can report these type of crimes and be educated on what that is. I mean, because I mean, if we have data, it becomes easier for law enforcement to analyze it, for analytics company to say, okay, we're getting a lot of complaints about this token, this address, you know, and then things can happen.
And the public, even when they report, they say no one's going to do anything about it because the people they're reporting to don't have the skills and education and capability and knowledge. So the whole system, a strain of people need that education if we're going to combat this gap in data, gap in education, the crime that is taking place. The only way is make it such that people can understand in their language, in their way of communication. And language barriers, community, culture needs to find a way for this to go deeper and deeper because the people are really struggling and suffering.
Marina, what about you? Who do you think should lead the charge?
I fully agree. I fully agree with the point that we need to find a way to get this data. One thing I also want to say is that public-private relationships and communication and collaboration really stepped up recently. I'm very pleased with what I see. One thing that I want to mention, we should not be distracted by the idea that we could introduce interoperability that will change the industry globally, And I don't think it's possible to do globally. I think the best way for us to proceed is pick up areas where there is already a good level of collaboration between regulators, law enforcement, and financial institutions who are responsibly treating territory on which they operate and people, who are their audience. And this forms a very strong foundation for a good public-private collaboration. And I see this already happening in many territories, for example, in Dubai. And I think the more of that we grow locally, people should be interested to help and incentivized, to help people in their own territory. And this is the key to success. That's how I see it progressing.
Okay. So I'm going to make it a little bit light now. Let's suppose that there's a soccer game, a football game happening. And there's the law enforcement against the criminals. The criminals using crypto. And they're playing a soccer match. And the question for the panel is, who do we think is winning and what's the score? And what was the score 2 years ago? So, Nate, what do you think? Is it 5-0 or is it something else?
So definitely it's not 0. And we are talking, of course, of the forensic side. I believe that we are still behind. What you've mentioned before is quite true. I mean, we have to make the awareness on the public. So each and every one has to be aware of what's happening there. I believe that we scored the last few minutes and years, with that, because there's more awareness in the public right now. There are regulations right now. There are a lot of investigations tools who support that. Nevertheless, and this is the name of the panel, I still believe that there need to be more interoperability and bring all the states together and everyone.
So law enforcement has scored at least one goal.
At least one goal.
All right, so how many has the other team scored?
Not more than 3 then.
Okay, all right. Nate, what do you think?
I think it's more close to 5-1 on the side of law enforcement community. Basically, there is no case which we can solve. It just depends on the time and the resources. The biggest cases are constantly being closed by law enforcement community. Darknet forums are being closed every quarter. The biggest marketplaces for stolen credit cards, personal data being closed constantly. Ransomware groups constantly attacked and they change every single year. Yes, of course, there's an ongoing crime that always will happen, but we already have the tools that can solve almost all of it. It's just a matter of resources which you can put to solve those crimes.
All right, John?
So I think the criminals are up 3-1 at the half, but the law enforcement game plan has corrected, so things should be more effective going forward.
So in the first half, what's the score?
3-1 criminals.
3-1, okay.
Because the approach has evolved and seems to be working now. You asked for 2 years ago, I was going to give the criminals up 1-0 like 6 years ago. I don't know in between. But it's turned around such as it is. We'll see. Take the field shortly.
All right, so there's hope. There's another half going. Virendra.
The criminals just got a massive win recently, right? Like with the hack and so there are goals and there are goals. They got a huge one. We're still trying to figure out how they did it, what's going on, how they score. It seems like a Pele goal, right? Like it's just going over and into the goal where they're trying to figure out. So
we're almost out of time. So what do you think the score is?
I think it's, I would agree with 5-1. We've got a bit to do.
What about you?
Yeah, I think it's also 5-1, and also I think there are a lot more balls on the field, and everyone is very confused and figures out where they came from and what to do with all of that. So it's not only they're winning, but we are very confused.
All right, so we that's a very somber reality, but let's talk about one very quickly because we're short on time. What is one reason why you're optimistic about the way things are looking between the partnership of the public and the private sector? 30 seconds.
So I actually think the Bybit hack was positive in the sense that it made people realize some of these ways of doing things don't work. When you're openly, publicly begging people to freeze funds that have no legal obligation to do so, your scheme isn't working. Right? And that made it clear to a lot of people that some things need to be done a little bit differently.
Quite quick, because we start scoring, first of all, and second of all, because we are getting more aware. Also, the public is getting more aware, and therefore we see more and more things going towards automation and mass data processing.
Because we analyze the data and basically we see that the illicit activity is being lowered every single year, descending. Of course, in like notional US dollar value, it's increasing, but in total, like illicit activity on the cryptocurrencies is getting lower. And the main reason is because law enforcement community becomes more educated, they become more professional. There are several groups that conduct different workshops for law enforcement community, and they're really, really great. And one of the best is Patrice from Europol, as well as Daniel and other folks from that department. So yeah, like we're very optimistic.
So why I'm very optimistic is recently several people have been caught. And this has been a long, so it's obvious that law enforcement is digging deep, digging in, and not letting go. And that gives me a lot of hope, a lot of excitement, a lot of energy that before they would have one practice, one person, and it'll be a checkbox that they were done. Right now they're saying, no, whatever it takes, let's go deep, let's figure it out, let's collaborate. And that's giving me a lot of meaning, a lot of purpose, a lot of excitement, a lot of energy. I'm very thankful for what they're doing.
Thank you. I'm very excited that all of us are sitting here today and thinking about what we can do together instead of fighting each other, despite the fact that we are private companies. And I see more and more of that. I haven't seen that, actually, I would say, like 5 years ago, or even 3 years ago. And what I see now is just really super inspiring. And I really think that together we could do so much more because the space is evolving and growing. There's a lot of space for all of us to thrive on that and do good.
I want to thank my panelists for their contribution. I also want to thank ICCD Bucharest for leading this conversation because it's very needed. I'm optimistic because they are leading the charge here in Europe and hopefully everywhere else as well to have common standards for blockchain analytics, something very needed in the industry. Thank you for your attention today.
Thank you very much, dear panelists. Don't forget about our photo corner. And before we start the second panel of this day, I'm inviting the director of ICI, Mr. Adrian Victor Vevera, to present the Bogdan Gavrilă Award. And also, I invite Horia Răzvan Potiș on the stage, please.
Thank you, Maria. It's a pleasure, together with Madalina, the wife of our former colleague Bogdan Andrei Gavrilă, was my friends. It's 5 years already, it's in memoriam, in our soul, and together we want to give this award for a young friend of us, Răzvan Horia Potiș, because together with Bogdan, we start 11 years ago, first edition of Critical Infrastructure Protection Forum. Madalina, please tell some words.
Okay. I'm glad that you received this award. Bogdan was exceptional, and I'm sure that you can continue part of his work, his energy, what he was doing.
First of all, I would like to thank you for the invitation and for this special prize. It's a pleasure for me to find myself here today with you. It's also an honor to be in front of such an audience today, and I hope that this edition and the next edition to come will be even best. Thank you very much.
Congratulations and good luck. So, ladies and gentlemen, we are passing to the second panel of this day, challenges in unlocking blockchain intelligence for financial investigation and asset recovery. And I'm inviting Monica Guy, Team Lead Communications and External Relation, Basel Institute on Governance. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you to ICCD Bucharest and the organizers for bringing together this committed group of professionals. Before we start, I just want to briefly explain why the Basel Institute on Governance is supporting this event. We're a non-
Yes, hello, I'm Marian, and I lead up the education and training efforts at Cordena.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Alexei Geiko, and I'm the Senior Detective of National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Daniel Leon. I'm a cryptocurrency specialist at Europol in EC3, which is the cybercrime center of Europol.
Hello, everyone. My name is Alexandru Donciu, and I'm a financial investigation specialist related to virtual assets investigation at Basel Institute on Governance.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am Antonio Mancazzo from Guardia di Finanza. I am the commander of Privacy Protection and Technological Fraud Special Unit.
Good afternoon to everybody. I'm Major Francesco Venditti. I work with General Mancazzo at our special unit of Guardia di Finanza.
Thank you so much.
of course, and I don't think it will be a surprise to everyone that has paid attention to any of the other presentations earlier this morning. So a few years ago, cryptocurrencies seemed to be mainly used in some crime areas that were quite close to the digital domain, so cybercrime especially, and we've seen a spread to more or less every single crime area. This is for us one of the biggest challenges in the public sector. And while I do like Nate's optimism from Codena, stating that we are 5-1 ahead in this soccer match that Javier sort of hypothesized, I would like to also set the scene there that the criminals are playing with a full squad of people, and we as law enforcement only have 3 or 4 people on the field. And in addition to that, they are adding people to their squad faster than we can. That is more or less what the stage looks like. I think the need is sort of self-explanatory at this point. I think the previous presentations this morning actually already underscored that point pretty well. There's definitely a need to increase our capabilities there. A lot more training is needed because we don't have a lot of personnel to deal with this type of crime right now, especially in the crime areas where the use of cryptocurrency has spread to. So, for example, we see cases also where migrant smuggling is involved, or let's say terrorism financing, organized crime groups that weren't involved in cryptocurrency a few years ago, but have now started to use it as an instrument to just move funds. This is one of the main challenges because it also means that the solution we have been applying so far will probably not scale for the future. I think I heard some solutions earlier this morning that are very much in line with my thoughts on this.
Sure. Thank you very much. Well, according to a study of Chainalysis, Ukraine is constantly in the top 10 countries in the world in the terms of cryptocurrency use. In 2024, we were ranked 6th. However, we have even lost some ground because in 2023 we were 5th, and in 2022 we were even 3rd. And this study is based on several key criteria like cryptocurrency transaction volume, the use of DeFi, retail users' activity. Firstly, Ukrainians are trying to protect their savings because in the terms of economic instability, military aggression and ongoing war that we suffer for the last 3 years, cryptocurrency has become an effective tool for financial independence. Secondly, cryptocurrency market is being stimulated by IT community and private business who find new ways to implement blockchain intelligence into private business processes. But from the other side, corruption often being fooled by cryptocurrency as well, and virtual assets are being used for money laundering, for bribing, and other crimes, and I would like to cover a couple of relative investigations that my investigative team was responsible for in the field of corruption. The first one, it's about another corner of view on the seizure of virtual assets. So we had a case on embezzlement of public funds. We had a suspect who received a notice of suspicion, the head of state agency. So he received this notice. We conducted search at his house and obtained his cell phone, fortunately unlocked. Then examined this phone and we find a photo with a seed phrase, and fortunately to some trainings in the field of crypto, our detectives knew what is the seed phrase and how it looks like. So we also find out about some messages of this suspect and about his cryptocurrency transaction in these messages, which are absolutely not equal and higher than his legal incomes. And later on, we took investigative action, and with a seed phrase, we installed a crypto wallet on the new cell phone and recovered the access to this crypto wallet and found out that there are virtual assets worth around 1.5 million United States dollars. So the next step was preliminary seizure of this asset. We have a law about National Anti-Corruption Bureau, which is a part of national legislation, as a criminal procedural code, for example. And according to this law, the director of National Bureau, together with prosecutor, can issue a written decision on preliminary seizure of any asset for next 48 hours. So, director issued such decision, and in this decision were written to transfer all these virtual assets of the suspect to a newly created crypto wallet of the name of National Bureau. And we did that. And later on, the detective has enough time to go to the court to file a motion about seizure of these assets, to receive a court decision, which we had received for that moment. And we safely blocked these virtual assets. So, conclusion of this case, this is a quite effective legal mechanism that I highly recommend if you have an ability to provide it in your jurisdictions. It's preliminary seizure of such assets, because it takes a minute for criminal to move virtual assets from crypto wallet and make it impossible to block, to seize, to confiscate these actives, and it takes much more time for investigator, for detective, for intelligence worker to trace it and to block it. Another case I would like to share you in the field of crypto about the tracing the cryptocurrency transactions and the breaking on financial chain. So we had another case about embezzlement of public funds and money laundering, and big state agency conducted contract for supplying products. So supplier was in Germany, and he received certain millions of euros for these products from the state agency and purchased these products from manufacturer in China for 6 million, and 7 million of euros were withdrawn through the network of fictitious enterprises across the European Union. But what's interesting and challenging in this case, when the money went to Hungary, it was a company like financial intermediary. It belongs to a group of companies which we called like conversion centers. So these companies provide services for transferring from non-cash to cash or cryptocurrency, optimizing some tax liabilities as well. So this company receives this money on their bank account, and further movement of these assets were from their crypto wallet to the cryptocurrency exchange, and from this exchange to the crypto wallets of beneficiaries of this criminal scheme. This scheme was disclosed, and this was very challenging, but the success of such kind of operation was because of very good intelligence work and existing of confidence and agents in the financial fields. So this kind of financial chain, where its financial chain is being broken, is very common. It's like the principle of crypto mixers. Well, I would like to tell you more, and we have more cases in the field of bribery with using cryptocurrency, about false declaration of cryptocurrency, but we would like to hear all of distinguished speakers of this panel, so if anybody would be interested, I would tell you with pleasure outside of this panel about all these cases of NAB. You know, Monica, probably the biggest change, this is crypto. That says it all. It's difficult to trace, it's anonymous, it's fast, and it takes minutes for criminals to move virtual assets to multiply jurisdictions, honestly. So I think it's the another side of this challenge coin is the lack of professionals of this field. So it's very crucial, it's very important for governments, for competent authorities, for law enforcement agencies to stay up to date with all the methods that criminals adopted and used, and take advantage of blockchain analytic tools to combat money laundering, bribery, and other crimes effectively.
Before to leave the floor to Francesco that made the operation, I would like to introduce Guardia di Finanza, that probably, as you know, is economic and financial police in Italy. And our unit, our special unit, is responsible for combating all crimes that are perpetrated on the web. And for example, tax evasion, money laundering, smuggling, and we are specialized, I think, from 4 or 5 years in the peculiar field of cryptocurrencies. So we can monitor, we can trace cryptocurrencies on blockchain, and we are able to do this by using specific and expensive tools. So we use both OSINT tools and blockchain tools. I think that we have many challenges in this field, but 2 in particular. Specialized personnel is very important, and specific tools. I said that we have many tools, expensive, but I think that we repaid all the expenses, because only last year our unit, my unit, has seized more than 130 million euro equivalent of cryptocurrencies. And now I leave the floor to Francesco, that will speak about this case study about tax evasion on cryptocurrencies.
So, what I was thinking, hearing at the other speeches, is that every speech that was delivered today about blockchain intelligence had a red line, let's say. And the red line, the common line, linking all these speeches was using of data, management of data. And that's what we actually are doing in our unit. We are being proactive now. We are actively searching cases, and we just not stay still and wait for cases to come to us. We are actively searching for cases using several techniques of blockchain intelligence, and then consequently we de-anonymize wallets with the blockchain analysis methods. And what we achieved, as the general say, but obviously it's not to advertise Guardia di Finanza, it's just to say that it is possible to achieve these results. providing that you have specialized personnel, training, constant training, because blockchain is evolving. Now we are watching a new phenomenon, the modular blockchain. And I would like to raise your awareness about modular blockchain, because up to me, there are very few people among the few people that are still working on blockchain that are able to trace modular blockchains such as Celestia or Manta Network. And these are very difficult to trace, especially speaking about smart contract, but it would have been required a lot much time to explain this concept. And what we did in Italy was tracing the so-called whale wallets, so big wallets, in order to verify the tax compliance of these wallets. And we located a lot of wallets in Italy, and in particular, we carried out a huge operation against one of them. It has like a patrimony worth of 270 million euros in Bitcoin and AVAX, and we seized, and he obviously avoided paying taxes. He was also in the first Discord with the creator of Bitcoin, so he was in the same forum, he chatted with him, so he was one of the first to use this technology. And we were able to seize 12 million euros, cryptocurrency worth 12 million euros. And the funny story about this thing is that we managed also to reach the guy, because first time we went to his home and then we seized 1.5 million. And second time he was aware that we were going to come again to his home, because he had some money, some AVAX that were in staking, so we couldn't be able to seize them. So he knew that we were going to visit him again, but he didn't do anything to prevent also the seizure of these sums. And funny story, he just escaped near the Alps, near the border. He could have crossed the border, but he just decided to stay in Italy. So we were able to seize all his money. But there are a lot of challenges, as we spoke before, as General said. First of all, you need to have specialized personnel, which is very hard to find now. And in some cases, all this personnel is also required from other sector, private sector. So there is a little bit of challenge between public and private sector in this case. And also you require specialized tools to analyze blockchain.
Yeah, it's actually great to hear from Antonio and Francesco on that. I wasn't aware that it would be so relevant to this question, but kind of hearing that real-life example of the use of multiple tools, of the importance of specialized training in those specialized tools, is kind of the exact approach that we take. In those asset recovery cases, it's less of a case of can you afford the tools, and more of a case of can you afford not to have those tools. And it's not just a case of blindly buying whatever the flashiest tool is, but especially for your purposes. And so that's where I'd always start, is understanding the type of activity that you're investigating and choosing the tools for that. Unfortunately, I think the case that you have with a lot of decision makers is they're not really in the trenches doing the work, so it's more about which tool do we choose from these and comparing those without understanding the nuances of the different specialties and strengths of each. And so the top law enforcement teams that we see basically have all of them, right? So one has the best Bitcoin attribution data, the other has the best data on swaps and bridges, the other has the best kind of filtering and fingerprinting tools, the other has the best kind of latest Solana data. For those that are deep in that, you'll probably know which ones I'm referring to for each of those. But it makes sense. With these big, large, organized crime cases, really need to invest in getting the right tools for your people and training them on those tools. The other big problem that I see is, yeah, just buying the tool and thinking it's a magic button where you click it and it gives you the answer. The best tools are useless in the wrong hands. So yeah, I'd really kind of echo that idea of it is really worth and will pay dividends to get the specialized tool for your use case and upskill your people.
Thank you very much, Marian. And a bit more maybe about training. So Alexandru recently
Thank you, Monica, for this question. Yeah, indeed, in my previous experience, we had a very wonderful case concerning the, back then, in the beginning of the case, we didn't know what it is. But in the end, I would say it's fast forward. It was a market manipulation scheme when a company nearly to insolvency tried to so-called diversify their investment portfolio by acquisition of I would say, quite large amount of Bitcoins, which was totally a fake transaction, just because of the fact that that company was listed in New York Stock Exchange. So by just pulling this into media that I'm going to buy this large amount of Bitcoins, then my shares will just increase at the stock market. So it was difficult to understand from the first time, but then we start to investigate on both sides in parallel what is going on in the real situation. If they have the money, if they have if the transaction really occur and how it was done. And on the other side, the seller. Is the seller the owner of that Bitcoins? How much? If yes, and how much? How many of them it has? So basically, in the end of the day, I will just summarize for the sake of the time. We find out that the guy who is trying to sell this amount of money was pretending, because blockchain is a transparent ledger. He just pulled randomly a public address with X amount of Bitcoin, says this is mine and I can sell. So basically, that was just an agreement between two parties to make the situation just to increase the price of the shares. Basically, that's all. But it was very interesting to analyze from both sides and then to connect the dots how it's going on. And the second part of the question concerning the training, what we are providing as a technical assistance to basically to law enforcement agencies, and not only. So we're starting from the entire chain of the investigators, then prosecutors, and of course judges. So we are trying to cover all the entire chain, from initiating to, I hope, to the conviction. So our approach is to have in one place all these actors, and regardless the fact you have or you don't have in your country any particular legal framework for the virtual assets, our trainings is custom and tailor-made for specific country, and we are trying to understand what you already have in your legal framework. And then based on that, we are moving forward and gather together all the participants, I would say, in investigation, prosecution, and of course, judicial magistrates in order to understand each other what they can obtain, how they obtaining this information, from whom, how it can preserve, what is necessary for the judges in order to be presented in front of them as to be admissible and accepted as an evidence, because this is the most important thing. There is no central unit like, I don't know, let's call Satoshi Nakamoto and give us the information. It is not possible, basically. So, and then magistrates then understand what is the difficult, what are the challenges for the investigators. Investigators knows how to basically create this as an evidence. And when the real case, everything is based on a real case scenario because we are practitioners. So we take everything from real world, put it in the place of them as a real case in order to investigate from A to Z. And then when a real case will come in their real life, they will know how to do it.
Yes, thank you, Monica. That is actually quite a hard question. So the name of this forum is a Blockchain Intelligence Forum. And where do you make that transition from intelligence to actual evidence that will stand up in court? And for this, we cannot avoid to take a little step back and look at what it is that we are actually doing when we're analyzing blockchain transactions and blockchain data. And so the transactions themselves, as they are recorded on the blockchain, they are almost never called into question. As far as I know from ongoing court cases, the discussion is never about those. Those can be considered almost forensic in nature. The fact that an address was involved in a transaction, recorded on a specific date and time, with a specific transaction hash, with amounts involved, that holds up under scrutiny. Everybody agrees on that. It's with the interpretation of that data when things start to be called into question. And we've heard some interesting discussions this morning. In my opinion, it is actually a back and forth between the tools that are being used to leverage this raw blockchain data. So in sense of the clustering algorithms that they use and the attribution data and where that attribution data is pulled from and how reliable it is. And combine that with the skill of the investigator or the analyst that is going over this data. I don't remember exactly who said it, but the right tool in the wrong hands, was that you? Yeah, I think so. That's actually a pretty good analogy because you can have the best tool in the world, but if you have an investigator or an analyst that just started out, that had zero training, zero experience and knowledge, that person still wouldn't know what to do with all that information. So when you are asking me how do we transform intelligence into evidence, I think you cannot avoid the fact that, as the Italian colleagues have also mentioned, you need specialized personnel. Personnel that is well trained, they understand what they are doing, and preferably have some experience in the matter. And you need to combine them with the proper tools on the market. And as Marian has also said, the right tool for the right job, sometimes. There's not one fix-all solution, at least not that I'm aware of. And sometimes you also have to be creative. You have to use the public explorers that are out there. In some instances, they actually offer opportunities that the commercial solutions do not, believe it or not. So yeah, and if you would ask me where do we step in as Europol, we are a law enforcement organization. We like to collaborate with platforms such as yours to help spread that knowledge and build that network. That's the best thing we can do for now. I'm actually hugely optimistic about these kind of fora where we see that networking taking place.
For me, For me, the key message is that we need to move on two directions. First one, we need to train people, I think from the very beginning, so from the formation institutes. So in our case, in our schools, but also we need to strengthen the partnership between private and public sector because it's simply impossible to have everything in every organization. So as you said before, so we need to have a modular approach, like the blockchain, a modular approach.
Thanks. Thank you very much. That was two, but Antonio, you can still have one.
I'll leave the second one to...
Before I spoke about two challenges, I think that there is another important challenge, that is the need of cooperation. Intrastate cooperation, not only in Europe, but all around the world, between public and private sector. We have no time to exchange information. Famous Judge Giovanni Falcone, 35, 40 years ago, used to say, follow the money. Today, we must follow the cryptocurrencies. And I think it's more difficult than follow the money as in the past. So, cooperation for law enforcement agency is very important. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Alex?
Yes, thank you, Monica. So you said one thing, but I will say 1.5, if I may, very quickly. So short message will be keep it simple. Yeah, so what I will say here, I think I cannot not mentioning the fact that, for instance, regulation. So as a nutshell, regulation of the entire virtual, crypto, whatever you use, term for this is like, I would say, designing a plane. So an aircraft. First one is you design an aircraft which is not usable, it's not working anymore, so you're just part of furniture. They have this the same like a law, you can just not use it anymore. The second scenario will be you design an airplane, everybody's happy, it's taking off, it's landing, everybody's safe. And the last one, which is, I hope, unfortunately, we witnessed a couple of countries, we have this, the third scenario. You design an airplane and it crashed and all the passengers died. So basically, we don't want to have this, the third scenario. So just going to the, keep it simple, we can say aircraft, airplane, jet plane, air vessel, any more synonyms, but this is the same thing, basically. So what we're struggling in our training is, and from different other sectors, I mean, commercial blockchain explorers, service providers, or even developers society, they name the same thing, but with different terminology, which is already frustrating, and the frustration keeps increasing from same judges, prosecutors, and other actors when we're talking about investigation. So keep it simple.
Thank you. As a communications person, I must say, I'm not a crypto expert. And it's like a whole new language, and the language is changing all the time, and there's sometimes 5 words for the same thing, or 1 word which is used to describe 5 different things, lots of acronyms, lots of abbreviations. So I guess my plea would be, yes, to keep it simple, and I think that would really help to unlock the potential of blockchain technologies and also blockchain intelligence. Daniel.
Thank you. Yeah, so I think actually the speakers before me have already given some of the main points. I would definitely say that collaboration is one of the most important points, to be able to find each other, and not only in the public sector, but also that public-private partnership, because let's be honest, we can't survive without each other. It's a harmony. It's not, let's say, a race against each other. Let's just keep it simple, as you said, and let's just stick with that for today's message.
Thanks so much. Alexei?
Well, In order to catch a criminal, you always should be a few steps ahead. So in my opinion, the key for successful investigation in this field, in tracing cryptocurrency, is to constantly improve your personal skills, gain new knowledge, share positive and successful experience between colleagues and professionals around the world. So, like Monica mentioned, if cryptocurrency is a new financial language, so let's learn this language.
Thanks so much. Marian, finish us off.
Yeah, if I may, I might go back to the metaphor used by Javier in the previous panel in terms of the football match against the criminals, which is that if you're playing against another team and you're managing your own team, you need to analyze what the other team is doing, invest in the training for your own squad, and listen to them, trust them. What tools do they need to score? And I think that's the approach we need going forward.
Thanks so much. Thank you, everyone. And you'll be pleased to know that we've caught up on 5 minutes. If we want to move to the next panel, then everyone can get to lunch 5 minutes earlier. They'll be happy. Thanks very much to our fantastic panel here for their insights.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wonderful remarks. Don't forget about the photo corner, please. And now we are passing to another subject, the role and the regulation of multifunction crypto intermediaries. And I give the floor to Nico Di Gabriele, Senior Team Lead, European Central Bank. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Please. You have a microphone here. You have to turn on. Okay, please.
Once they are seated, I will introduce to you. Bernard is missing. Bernard Alsolfer, please join us. Well, let's get started. The introduction about myself was made earlier. I would like to save the time to speak about the other panelists that are here with me today. Let's get started with Luke Wilson, who is the global head of public sector at Halium, a blockchain analytic company located in the US. Then we have on the other side of the panel, Maha Al-Sadi, who is the head of the regulatory affairs at Financial Service Qatar Center, and Mr. Christian Miccoli, who is the chief executive officer and founder of Conio, an Italian crypto asset service provider, Professor Andrea Minto from the University of Venice and Stavanger, and Skyler Pinna, who was already introduced to you earlier, director at the New York Department of Financial Services, and next to me, just arrived, Bernard Alsolfer, who is the co-founder of IGNOW, the blockchain analytic company whose CEO a while ago spoke already, who is the group lead at the Complexity Science Hub in Vienna, Austria. Well, I thank you very much for being here with me and for contributing to this discussion that I must admit is very close to my work because at the European Central Bank we have been cooperating with international standard setters and authorities of other countries, and I do business with Skyler in this sense, And the Financial Stability Board, as I mentioned earlier in my address, has been paying attention to multifunction crypto intermediaries because they are a reality. It's not something that has yet to come. It's something that appeared a few years ago. And as I said earlier, we have to tribute to them a large merit for mainstreaming crypto, because large players operating on a cross-border basis have been able to serve the need of clients in a manner that a single country-based entity specializing in a niche product may not have been able to do so. But, as I said, there are also cons and not only pros arising from MCI, as with everything in our society. So let's get started by asking a question to the two regulators that we have on the stage, Ma and Skyler. Could you please bring your experience regarding multifunction crypto intermediaries and the role that they play in the state of New York and in Qatar? Please.
In terms of the risks that we're exposed to. We differentiate between the different activities for token service providers, CASPs or VASPs, yet another terminology for us to add to the mix. For token service providers, we distinguish between what we call regulated activities and non-regulated activities. Non-regulated activities would just require a normal license, whereas regulated activities, you will be seen as conducting financial activities and you will be required to get another sort of approval from the regulatory authority. When it comes to MCIs, I think it's also very important to look into what activities they're conducting. In this case, if you're looking into validation or mining, I do not think these will be posing any sort of risk. I actually think they should be always falling under the non-regulatory scheme. When the token service provider, CASP or VASP, is providing a number of activities, be it an exchange, trading, and very, very importantly, prop trading, this is where the risk would arise. Since we apply a risk-based approach, we are not very descriptive in the requirements that we propose to our token service providers. We put the levy of the compliance explanation on the token service provider to show us how they will be able to comply with certain rules and regulations. Another area that makes Qatar Financial Center and our digital asset framework a bit unique is that we do not allow the use of cryptocurrencies and stablecoins as of now. So our focus is primarily on real-world asset tokenization. In this sense, it will be around the use of investment tokens or security tokens. So our risk is very, very limited. We are looking to see how the different jurisdictions are evolving with their treatment of crypto assets. We're monitoring very closely BIS standards and FSB standards to see how we will be able to tweak our regulation. The moment that there's any retail involvement, then the case would be transferred to Qatar Central Bank and Qatar Financial Market Authority, because then, of course, consumer protection measures will apply and specific requirements around market abuse and price manipulation will be more relevant. Thank you.
And from my perspective, I also bring the perspective of a regulator, first and foremost, when it comes to the multifunctionary crypto intermediaries. In New York, we've had our cryptocurrency regulation since 2015, and so we're one of the first regulators to really have a specific licensing arrangement for multifunctionary crypto intermediaries. And from my perspective, I have a very wide range of responsibilities in this area, which I'm very fortunate to have. And so I participate both in evaluating the applications from the companies that do want to seek the license that gives them the permissibility to do business in New York, and that involves a full suite of analysis of their core business models and business plans to first understand what those risks are, what businesses are they getting involved in, how can I communicate those risks to our senior stakeholders, as well as identifying what controls are in place on the institution side to mitigate against those risks. Also, applications is one thing. We have a very active examination process. I deeply participate in scoping the examinations of these firms, issuing the supervisory letters, very, very similar to what traditional banking regulators do for traditional financial firms. Then we, of course, actively monitor all the companies that do business in New York, and so that involves meeting with them, depending on the size and complexity, sometimes on a weekly basis, sometimes on a bi-weekly basis, to really keep active lines of communications open so we identify, how are risks evolving, how are they remediating past supervisory issues. And these are also really important dialogues to learn from the companies themselves. How are they seeing the space evolve and how are they seeing risks evolve? Because they can really be almost the first line of defense in that sense of alerting us about where problems might be arising. I will say it's not cheap to do business in New York, and so by extension, the multifunctionary companies are probably the most integral that we have. Those are the ones that primarily provide New Yorkers the ability to, turn their fiat into crypto. A lot of crypto people like to talk about, you can be your own bank with crypto. At the end of the day, the vast majority of cryptocurrency is held on these MCIs, and so that's really where we focus a lot of our attention, because if you're engaging that hands-on with people's assets, then it's really important you have the right level of controls and risk mitigants in place.
Well, the fact that you apply FT fees maybe is justified because of the intensity of the supervision you have to conduct, the fact that you have to hire and retain skilled resources, because as for law enforcement, also for supervisory authorities, one of the difficulties is to find the right staff to offer the appropriate incentives to prevent that they leave for the private sector. But paying large fees means that they are able to generate a large amount of revenues that translate into profits. And maybe Luke may tell us a bit about what market segments are very important for the MCI companies, where they have reached already a quite large market share.
Yeah, I think it's pretty interesting. I have a few dates out that I want to talk about. So if you look at some of the exchanges out there today, Binance started in 2017. Bybit 2018, Coinbase 2012. JP Morgan 1871, and they merged JP Morgan and Chase in 1988. Now, if you look at their trading volume by day, daily trading volume, you would think that they wouldn't be this close to a JP Morgan, but they are, from starting, a while ago. So Binance, daily trading volume, 26 billion. Bybit's 4, and Coinbase is 5. JP Morgan, of course they don't report everything, but 44 billion. So when you look at how fast this industry has caught on globally, you have to start thinking about the regulatory aspect of this. And it's not just one country, it's global, right? Binance does not even have an office in the United States, but they more than quadruple what Coinbase trades in. So when I think of all this, like I've worked with NYDFS before. They were the first entity actually in the United States regulatory to set forth some kind of framework. And like Skylar said, it's pretty expensive, but they're doing a rigorous exam and making sure that they're protecting the people that are using this industry.
The fact that they have reached such a large scale is indicative of probably good entrepreneurial choices, but also largely facilitated by the fact that when they got started, there was no regulation at many countries. And yet, despite the fact that the FSB issued the recommendations, the two set of recommendations on global stablecoin arrangements and crypto asset activities in 2023, we have not seen, let's say, a large level of implementation. FSB is not alone. The IOSCO made also guidance for markets. So here a question for Andrea. Do you believe that the level of playing field that we have in the crypto asset sector is in reality a fact, or is something that has yet to come? And in your view, are the rules implemented up to now proportionate to the risk that is posed by all the companies, distinguishing between monoline crypto asset service provider and large MCIs?
Thank you for the question. So I think that we made some important steps in the direction of having some harmonized best practices and standards. And in fact, I think that the job that has been done by the FSB, IOSCO, BIS in this respect is great. And also, if we look at the European Union, I mean, all the work that has been performed by the European supervisory authorities is really relevant also in the direction of the adoption of the MiCA. If you think at the very MiCA, so the market in crypto asset regulation, it was the result of a collection of papers and advices and warnings by the European supervisory authorities calling for a regulation. And I still remember when the regulation came out as a proposal, and I looked at the objectives and the priority. It was like legal certainty, to achieve legal certainty and to achieve an harmonized approach in supervision. Yet, if we look at the European Union, where we have this blueprint that is the MiCA, there's nothing about multifunctioning intermediaries. And interestingly enough, though, the ESMA issued an opinion to ensure convergence of supervisory practices. So it's very relevant, in my opinion, of course, to have a clear regulatory framework, but also to ensure supervisory convergence. In fact, those very documents and the European Supervisory Authority are issuing many of them. They are even called convergence tools. So we have the regulatory framework, but yet fragmentation, differences. So we have to work in this direction, and I believe that those documents, they are supplementing, of course, the regulation. They're even more important or as important as the provisions, because they are providing, in particular, supervisory authorities with the, let's say, directions and trajectories they have to follow in order to make sure that the intermediaries are operating the right way.
Thanks, Andrea. Now let's try to make a step back with Christian from Conio, because he was a pioneer of digital banking, and he achieved several groundbreaking milestones in that sector, and was making also the experience of bringing a digital bank from one country to another country. Well, but all of that happened against a quite well-established regulatory framework, because for banks, we have been having regulation in place since decades. Now you are an entrepreneur in the crypto asset sector with a niche company. As a CEO of this company, how do you see it possible for a company like yours to compete with MCIs and be successful? What is the competitive advantage you have? Maybe we are asking a bit of your secrets. Tell us what is possible.
Well, thank you for the question. Okay, it works. Yeah, okay. Well, first point, I think you have to recognize that the MCIs are in their field almost unbeatable, no? Because they are too big, they have too many financial strength, too much financial strength, and therefore it's almost impossible, no? But the interesting thing is that they developed a very successful business model. But this is also a little bit a trap for them, no? Because they are so successful in their business model that they are becoming a little bit lazy in following the latest developments of the market. No? What's happening basically is they see the market to the lens of greed. No? They want quick money. They suppose clients act in the same way, and they build these big sort of casinos, no, that are these big exchanges where you can buy the strangest coins, hoping to become very fast rich. No? Well, that's not always true, of course, but the interesting thing is that you can see the same world in a different way. You know? I think that today we have a big opportunity because this technology underlying cryptocurrencies can be used to bring real and tangible benefits to the persons, to people, because they are great technologies, and with tokenization you can use them in other fields. Well, this seems a little bit cryptical, I think. I tried to make an example about this. No? As of today, we are quite worried about the payment systems, no? Because we use Visa, MasterCard, and so on. They are all Americans, and we feel that the dependency with the US as of today with these systems could be even a liability in some instances. And therefore, we are just feeling the pain of using very centralized systems that can be influenced by governments and the political system of a country. If you look at decentralized databases and blockchain, you see that if you are able to build a payment system on these systems, the system would be much more reliable and resilient in the long term. Blockchains are intrinsically decentralized, they are permissionless, and transactions cannot be censored by a political entity, a government, and so on. These are three main features of a blockchain that in today's retail payments would be extremely desirable. Let's see, first, decentralization and resilience. Well, that's extremely important. We had in March a couple of days in which credit cards were not usable because there were some works in Switzerland. They cut a cable and they stopped credit cards from working all over Italy. Well, this would not be possible if the system would be based on a blockchain. Second point, uncensorability and permissionless system. Well, this could be seen as a weakness from a regulatory perspective, you know, because you don't know how to control it. But it's also an extremely important point because it puts the system in a position that it cannot be stopped by a government or someone else, no? Which is extremely important because it gives to your system a full independence of interferences from outside forces. No? Well, I mean, recognizes these things, I think, is important because it opens up an enormous world of opportunities. They are not easy to reach, of course. No? As a small player, you need to innovate, and you need to take a lot of risks, of course, no? Because otherwise you will never be able to compete with these very big players in the market.
Well, thanks, Christian. We have to admit, as I said earlier, that the spreading of blockchain and the applications that are based on it to a significant extent have to be attributed to MCIs. But as I said in my opening speech, blockchain has proliferated because of this promise of transparency and censorability, but with MCIs, this promise of transparency is to a certain extent disappearing because they internalize transaction. So now I have a question for Bernard. the trove of data that the blockchain theoretically offers disappears or is kept hidden when MCIs enter into play. So is there any chance to look at their internal ledger or to have a way to scrutinize what they are doing, and how a company like yours is working on this topic?
Yeah, thank you. Hello, does it work? Yes, that's an excellent question. It's actually also the question we are getting a lot from financial regulators who are interested in questions like proof of solvency, involvement in money laundering activities, etc., etc. And one of the first activities we usually do when talking to them is just educate them and tell them exactly what you said before, that the majority of the really important activity is not happening on chain, it's happening within a black box. And I mean, this is kind of obvious to us, but it's not obvious to all the regulators out there. So many regulators still think that if you buy Bitcoin at Binance, that you have an on-chain transaction, which is simply not the case, right? A very simple example. And I think education is a very important point, and understanding that you have this on-chain ecosystem, but you have huge, very centralized black boxes in there. And the most you can do as a supervision authority is understand the entry and exit points of the black box. But also then at the end of the day, we are talking about hot, cold, warm wallet addresses, right? So this is the only piece you can see on chain that basically enters, basically represent the entry and exit points of those black boxes. But also there you have the problem that the knowledge of those data points are only partial, because you need to rely on major, basically crypto asset tracing providers who make a best guess that those are the addresses controlled by this MCI. Guess is actually already an euphemism, because usually it's some heuristics no one can really understand as an outsider observer, and that's the only thing authorities have. So they have, first they understand that, okay, there are black boxes, then they see some entry and exit point of those black boxes, but they still don't know how to deal with this issue. And actually we have even written a paper about this, and we measured to what extent authorities could supervise MCIs given this black box nature with publicly available data. And one conclusion in our paper was, even with the best effort, no regulator could effectively look into those black boxes, because first of all, you cannot look inside, but you can also not see basically the entry and exit points. And I think this is really something the community must embrace in future, that in my opinion, those entry and exit points must be disclosed to the authorities. That's the only way how effective supervision can work. And this must be done in a systematic, structured and regulated way, and not based on any guesses. I think this is really important. And this is, I think, where we're also moving, at least with the authorities we are working with, because the problems are there, the tasks to be fulfilled are there, but they simply don't have the means, they don't have the data. I mean, in my talk before, I talked a lot about data and the importance of data. The authorities need the data, and they need to get this data in a systematic fashion to analyze the data and to understand questions like, does this MCI really own the assets they sold to their users? Is this MCI involved in some illegal activities? It shouldn't be. I mean, to at least be able to ask those questions they are supposed to ask as regulators, I think that's the big challenge. Maybe, if I may add one last point, also from the law enforcement perspective, because we're also working a lot with the cybercrime prosecutors. And what we are seeing there is, so everyone is tracing on chain, right, until they hit an exchange. But what law enforcement is effectively doing is they hit the outer shell of a criminal network, because nowadays the money laundering processes and this hiding the traces is happening within those black boxes, because also the criminals knows They know that they can be traced on chain. This is the reason why they're doing it inside the MCIs, but then the authorities have hardly any chance to actually follow the money anymore. And we are seeing this a lot, and I think this needs really a reconsideration of what we call blockchain intelligence. This is also the reason why I call it crypto asset intelligence, because it's not only blockchain data, it's also the MCI data we need. And they need to cooperate, otherwise no authority in the world has a chance to effectively supervise them. That's at least my perspective.
Thanks, thanks Bernard. And it's a very interesting one point that you made that, although not new to me, but very important to share with the audience, that most of the activities is off-chain. And if we combine this statement that you made with the point made by Luke, that some MCIs have already a trading volume that is larger than that one of JP Morgan, that is the emblem of a large bank, we can easily understand that they have reached such a size that they are behemoths. And we should, as regulators, but also as citizens, be mindful of the lesson that was brought to us by the great financial crisis in 2007 and 2008. And that crisis, amongst the others, was caused by entities that had become too big to fail. Maybe we do not have yet an MCI that is too big to fail, but it appears to me that they have the potential to become as such. And here I have a question again for Ma and Skyler. You are the two regulators on this stage, so you have to take the burden of playing this role. So do you see already specific business lines where the features of the MCIs resemble very much to those of GSIBs and too big to fail entities? And if so, is there an appropriate supervisory response?
I think you're absolutely right that there's a lot of parallels between MCIs today and GSIBs, although I do think, like you said, Nico, the scale is very different, and I think even recent failures of FTX, which I would probably consider an MCI, the fact that there was no contagion nearly whatsoever to the traditional banking sector, I think just shows how not interconnected MCIs are right now with the traditional, more legacy financial system. But that's certainly not to mean that couldn't change in the future. Don't know if that was me. I think we're back. I don't think that means it couldn't change in the future. And I think it's certainly fair to say that the risks of MCIs are very similar to the risks of GSIBs. But I do think how the risks manifest, of course, are different given the nature of the business of a crypto company. It's still different than that of a traditional financial intermediary. A couple differences or how I see them being kind of similar, a little different, the key risks for MCIs. I think financial crimes, I think that's apparent just based on a lot of the discussions earlier today. I think there's been a lot of improvements at MCIs with both monitoring their customers' activities and trying to comply with existing regulations, be it BSA, AML, terrorist financing, et cetera. But the fact is, I think MCIs can be an incredibly effective mixer, probably more so than protocols like Tornado Cash that are on-chain, and that is how a lot of MCIs are being used today. And that's not just the BSA, AML element of it. There's a lot of things like romance scams, like phishing attempts, like account takeovers. Those have immediate and almost total losses of consumer funds. And too often, it seems, at least from my point of view, MCIs like to abstract themselves from the responsibility that they have to their customer in the event of personal direct attacks like this that at the end of the day result in complete and total irrecoverable loss of consumer funds. And I think closely related, this is kind of hitting on the consumer protection angle. A lot of times, I think people forget just how volatile cryptocurrencies are. We have companies that are building businesses around incredibly volatile assets. Then they have other business lines that might put the company's interest ahead of their customers. And I think the recent explosion in meme coins, at least in the United States, is a very good case in point of this, where You have a company who might be investing in tokens on one side, investing in platforms on one side, and they make a lot of their money off of trading fees and transaction fees and trading revenues. They might have incentive to list very, very volatile, very questionable assets on their exchange, which might be in the best interest of themselves, but certainly not the customers. I think just the last one I'll end on, which also kind of hits on, kind of more technical aspects. Like again, blockchain technology is still very new. I think Bitcoin and Ethereum have certainly been around for a long time. They have shown features that are consistent with resiliency, at least from my point of view. There's a whole lot of new protocols that are out there. There's a whole lot of venture capital. There's a lot of investment behind these protocols that want people to use them. And I think that can kind of put incentives not quite in alignment with running a safe and sound business. And that's not even to start considering like the actual responsibilities that an MCI has when it comes to safeguarding and holding consumers' assets in ways that results in them not getting hacked like we saw with Bybit, and really understanding what those cold storage practices are and how they migrate the balances between hot and cold. That's a cataclysmic source of risk, which I think is not really well understood and certainly not well evaluated at this point in time.
Usually whenever you start reading papers that are produced by standard-setting bodies, they would always say that crypto asset services or MCI's systematic risk is still very contained and limited. And nowadays, I would argue with this statement. I think that while nothing really bad happened, okay, FTX was horrible, Celsius was bad, all of these things, but I do not necessarily agree with the premise that it's still contained. Because when we're looking at MCIs compared to traditional financial, systematic, important banks, etc., it is global by nature. We have 24/7 of trading, settlements, etc. Whereas in traditional finance, there is still a possibility to pull the plug and take some remediative actions. We've seen that with the Silicon Valley Bank, for example, incident. The fact that we not only have regulatory arbitrage, but supervisory arbitrage and the global connectedness. And now we're seeing a huge change in the US policy when it comes to crypto assets, which is a very welcome change. Now we would know that there will be even more uptake. So I think that, yes, the roles are different. Another important aspect is the interlinkage between these MCIs and traditional financial players, be it BlackRock, be it JP Morgan, etc. So I would argue that the risks are there. I hope that we will not be having a situation like the financial crisis, but we have the tools to be able to look into it because, yeah, things happen off-ramp sometimes, but if you would look into the overall way of supervising it, of the way that smart contracts are drafted, the use of and cooperation of blockchain intelligent tools and public partnerships, there is a way for us to take remediate actions. We do not have to wait for them to get that importance or for a horrible incident to happen for people to lose their funds. So in general, I think that I would argue that they could be even more dangerous because the loss of liquidity could happen instantaneously, and we have a very, very, very strong retail access to that. We hope that banks and token service providers and stablecoin issuers will be able to have enough reserves. Insurance is a very important aspect that we also have to look into consideration. We have to make sure that these providers have proper insurance mechanisms in place to deal with hacks and loss of funds. Yeah, so I think that just because it hasn't happened yet, I think the weight of the effect that in case of these MCIs collapsing or failing will be much more painful.
I cannot agree more with your conclusion, and this was not agreed ex ante, so just to make it clear. Well, let me go back to the point that was made by Skylar, that with MCIs, one of the key issues arising is the financial crime exploitation, which combined with the black box situation described by by Bernard and Luke earlier, makes the situation quite concerning. But we are here also to make an attempt to shed light into the black box. And I think that someone from the academia may help us to come up with some ideas on how light can be shed into black boxes. So, Andrea, what could the legislator and then the regulator, empowered by the legislator, do, aiming to mitigate risks that arise, specific risks that arise because of MCIs?
Thank you. I really like this optimistic approach, so I will try, to go with that. We all know that, crypto assets and MCIs brought up a lot of questions about the effectiveness of AML regulatory frameworks. We know that the Financial Action Task Force, they issued a lot of standards and, they started to account for the risks. We also know that the European Union just issued this bomb ticking of the AML reform, the AML package with the new agency, the AMLA, a new substantive set of rules. And interestingly, one of the major drivers of the reform is, let's say, digitalization, but in particular crypto assets. And so to come to your question, what I believe is important is, well, on the one hand, it's like to have, this focus on the operational model or business model. So to have requirements about the procedure processes, the internal governance of those entities, and to have the possibility to know how they operate, really look, even though we do have, some limitations. That's one point where I see also that the AML legislation is really delving into, so the organizational setup. And on the other hand, that's something that I was thinking while you were speaking before. I think an important area where we need, to actually to work is the adoption of subtech, tools for supervisory authorities. We are witnessing this paradigm shift towards greater reliance on technology-enabled solutions, AI solutions. I participated to this EBA, European Banking Authority seminar on how those tools can be, and it was fantastic because they acknowledge the fact that, market participants, they are using those tools, but also supervisory authorities, in order, again, to achieve convergence of practices and methodologies, they need to implement them. Then we go back again to the problem of data, but I think the acknowledgement by supervisory authority that they need to use those tools is a great step in the right direction, in particular, to monitor those entities operating in several jurisdictions, with providing several services. So I think that's really a good development, at least in my eyes.
Thanks, Andrea, for your contribution and for this reference to subtech, because it brings me to make a reflection that one of the ideas to tackle decentralized finance that is not in the list of topics for today's conversation, but I think that it deserves just a mention, is embedded supervision, meaning that you enter code directly on protocols in order that they have to comply with certain basic requirements, and supervisory reporting is automatically triggered. Moving from this, a question for both of you, Bernard and Luke. Is there any specific reporting or disclosure requirements that you would recommend legislators and regulators to establish in order to make, for you, a new business avenue, obviously, sorry for the joke. No, but in order to really shed light on those black boxes and to provide a service to regulators and to law enforcement agencies?
I want to be very optimistic as well. But it's, in some sort, it's a little hard because my background is in law enforcement. So I was in the FBI for 10 years. I started a group to look at the illicit uses of virtual currency. But the reason back then I thought it was very amazing, and it was just Bitcoin at that point, because you have this ledger where I could follow it. There weren't any tools then. There weren't any, I still have pictures of us following some of these crimes just on butcher paper. It was unbelievable. So before, a lot of these companies were out here. So at the base point, it's still about the data. Like, you have to have the ground truth in the data, whether it's from the institution or off the blockchain. There needs to be a convergence of that. And what you're seeing today from a lot of these illicit actors is that they're just outpacing what we're doing. Everything that we do is public, and they look at it and they say, okay, this is how we're going to defeat this. But to be on the optimistic side, there are these relationships that are coming about. Like, you know, I've talked to Skylar multiple times and people in his shop. I've worked with many public-private partnerships. I've worked with Europol. So I do believe that there's, there are some things that we can look into, such as NYDFS has an attestation report that a lot of the exchangers have to do that hold stable coins. You know, these are just little things that help protect the common user every day. I also think that there's some room in there just to say, look, here's how we operate every day. This is just 90% of it is about being transparent, so that when an act like this is happening or about to happen, it's so egregious that you can't really, like, you can't look past it. And so my whole goal was to say, look, I would like regulation to make it when an act such as like this Bybit hack happened and money is being laundered or moved around very quickly, that it's so egregious that they know exactly where to go to stop it or how to slow it down. And I think that's the thing that needs to be looked at here, that a lot of, you know, a lot of institutions are also making money on the hacks, or you know, imagine if, you know, Bank of America got hacked and they sent, you know, $2 billion through JP Morgan, and then it disappeared. And JP Morgan made money on that. I mean, that's, you know, it's crazy. So my main point is, I think there's still a lot of coordination that needs to take place, but regulatory action should look like something where if someone is going to do something egregious like this, that it's so appalling and it just stands out so far that it's a very easy, like, pick up the phone, make a call, slow this down, or stop it.
Which requires a quite high level of ethics and a strong moral compass.
Oh, yeah.
Which brings me to a very old school approach that governance comes first, meaning that you have to select the right people.
Yeah, yeah.
But moving back to the, let's say, reporting disclosure topic, what is your view, Bernard?
Yeah, I mean, this whole space actually also provides tremendous opportunities. You already mentioned embedded supervision, right? And usually it's in the interest of both the authorities and the MCIs to rethink established practices and move on to something more effective, because both sides don't want bureaucracy. So I think instead of sending documents between each other, we should move to sending data between each other, and also have, you know, mechanisms in place that allow authorities to look into the black box if needed under given legislations, of course. I mean, no one is doing this for fun. But one thing is clear. If, for instance, law enforcement doesn't have collaboration or strong collaboration with MCIs, it won't be possible to solve crime in future in this space. So I think it will be necessary to basically disclose the entry and exit points of the black boxes, and on demand, of course, under standard legal procedure, it must also be possible to look into the black box and provide necessary data to the authorities, because, as I mentioned before, the real part is happening within the MCIs and not on chain anymore. And everyone is just hitting the outer shells. And I think, but it's a huge opportunity also for the MCIs, because if you can automate things, and it's already happening actually, it's also more efficient for them, it's better for them. And the serious ones, they don't want to be involved in any illegal activities. So it's only beneficial for all involved parties, I think. So I think embrace the opportunities we have and use them.
I agree. I agree, but we have also to ask the view of the single representative of the industry that we have on the stage, because For us supervisors, it is easy to say more rules, more reporting, more disclosure. Well, what could I ask more than that? For service providers like yours is an opportunity to generate more business. For academia, an opportunity to prove that their recommendations were correct or that there is more need for research. But then there is someone paying the bill, and the bill has to be paid by the industry, not only in terms of money, but also in terms of time commitment. So my question for you, Christian, is the following. Is there a way to ensure that market integrity is preserved, that financial stability is protected, but at the same time not putting too much of a burden on niche companies? Because we always talk about proportionality, but you feel better than us whether or not proportionality is complied with.
Well, it's a difficult question, of course. No? What I can tell you is that, of course, compliance costs are unproportional from one point of view, because the burden of full compliance is much heavier for smaller companies than bigger companies, not because you need to access special expertise and so on. That has a fixed cost. No? You cannot lower it very much. Therefore, there is a risk that increasing the burden of compliance, you are forcing the system to concentrate and to become a sort of monopoly at the end. No? And to fight against this, I think proportionality is a key, of course. It must be enforced. No? I give you an example. In MiCAR regulation, just a funny example. No? There is a guidance for implementation of MiCAR that tells that a CEO of a CASP should do it on a full-time basis. No? Well, okay, I don't see the proportionality there, because a CEO of a bank is not required to be CEO of a bank as full-time job. No? I mean, that's just a funny example but I mean, it's inapplicable in general. No? The point is that a small company is a smaller risk, and therefore it should be regulated in a way that it can survive. No? But there are other issues that are important. First, dialogue. Dialogue is important because, especially when the rules are crafted, if they are done in a vacuum, no? Just from a theoretical point of view, you can end up with the rules that are not applicable in reality. We see it often. One example is the travel rule that is coming into force this year. That's absolutely impossible to implement, and it will generate very strange situations. Now, like the big exchanges are trying to force everybody to use their system, pay their system, just to report and exchange data between different companies. That's a way just to concentrate the market even more. Therefore, dialogue, proportionality, dialogue, and the maximum possible level of clarity. That's extremely important, because each time you have an ambiguity in the regulation or the applicability of regulation, you create a situation that really discourages innovation. We have also here an example. No? The example is applicability of MiCAR and the Payment System Directive. No? The two things are quite conflicting with each other, and so far it's not yet clear if you deal with a token and customers exchange the token on a peer-to-peer basis. Well, does this fall under the MiCAR regulation, which is of course true, or also on PSD regulation? These regulations should be mutually exclusive, otherwise things become really too complex for companies.
Well, I do believe that on this topic we have been working, maybe not at the speed you would have appreciated, but after the instruction received from the Commission with this non-action letter for the EBA, quite a few people around the Union have made thoughts on how to make the implementation of rules consistent with the need of preserving the principles that are enshrined in the regulation, but also to make it possible for businesses to run their activity in a, let's say, reasonable manner. I must say that we have already taken 5 minutes more than was scheduled, my fault. Maybe there is no time to give the chance to the audience to raise a question, but if you allow me to make a very short summary of the, unless there is very pressing question that we will be happy to take. No hands raised, so no pressing question. Or you have Thomas? Oh, okay, thank you very much. I will not ask a question to you later. Well, I think that was very beneficial to have this panel with views coming from different sides of the world, the US, Middle East, Europe, industry, vendors, and understanding that, and this is probably my true takeaway, is that if people approaching a new business are educated to rules that have been in force for decades in businesses that present similarities, because crypto is about money. Money is the bottom line of finance. People who have been working in finance know the rules that have to be complied in the financial sector. But in the crypto sector, we have seen the appearance of many companies created from scratch by persons who had no clue about how the financial market works and what the standards, the minimum standards applicable to the financial market are. And so they have been voicing firstly against regulation, but regulation is not to justify our job, okay, to a certain extent is, but is to provide a service to the society for the good of people, because financial stability does not come as rain from the sky. There are people that have to ensure that. Probably the step that the industry has to make is to improve in terms of knowledge of rules. And here the academia may help, regulators may help as well, but if there is not an upscaling in the legal skills in the industry, I think that we will find it difficult to tame the risks that are inherent in the crypto asset sector. If there is any dissenting view, happy to hear. Well, thank you very much for this very interesting conversation. And again, thank you very much, Victor Vevera, for inviting us to this event.
The director is waiting for you to the photo corner, please. Okay. So, now we are preparing for a network lunch. We will be back in 2 halls. One in Nicolae Iorga Hall. There is some guide to guide you from here until Nicolae Iorga. You have to be there at 2:15 for presentations, and here in the principal hall, we will be back at 2:30 for fireside chat. Good luck and bon appétit.